A Reddit moderator just made a video directly speaking to and tugging on the heartstrings of the CEO of Reddit. He's making a big call to action after he had been stripped of his position as top mod on r/livestream fail. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I can't believe what I just watched was genuine and not a skit. But this seems authentic. What you picture in your head when you hear the term Reddit mod is exactly what you are about to see unfold in the flesh. The reason this mod just lost his position is because he was promoting a scam on the subreddit that he was the top mod for, Livestream Fail. I made 2 videos covering this. It was the $1 Million Fan Show, which was paraded around as a $20 million reality television show for streamers' fans to sign up, and even paid entry into it to compete for, $20 million prize purse. Turns out the whole thing was a load of baloney, as it appears everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. So some viewers paid money for actually nothing. They flushed it down the shitter, and agencies that brought this to streamers were left embarrassed. Most notably, Mythic Talent was the one that was named by some of the streamers as their agency that took them this deal, where seemingly no due diligence was done on behalf of Mythic to confirm whether or not this was even legitimate in the first place as a paid promotion. It was supposed to be an Amazon production, but clearly it was not an Amazon production, and it took 2 seconds of going to the website to deduce that this was fraudulent, but they took this deal before the website even existed. It's a whole mess. I've already covered all this, but Livestream Fail gets roped in because there was this inexplicable partnership that no one fully understood, where $1 Million Fan was in bed with Livestream Fail, and the top mod of Livestream Fail made a post on the subreddit pinning it to try and get more suckers into it. And now this is his response after being fundamentally fired from his free position of Reddit janitor.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Oh my god. This is Reddit's Manhattan Project right now. The moderators are rising up against the CEO of Reddit. I'm actually at a loss for words. This couldn't be a more lame start to this video. The topic he's about to cover is how he believes Reddit mods don't have enough, elbow grease from the Reddit upper echelon, like Spez here, the CEO. He believes they should be entitled to, brand deals, talent managers, lawyers, and stuff, so that way they can better be utilized as Reddit moderators. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I'm not exaggerating. These are points he was making in this video, and that's what he's talking about with deadly seriousness here. He talks about Reddit moderators like they're fucking G.I. Joe commandos. Man, please come back to reality. I don't want anyone to harass this guy, so I'm not going to be, showing you his channel or anything like that, because, honestly, I kind of feel bad for him that he's put so much weight on his personal life into this position, which is just a thankless job. And it's not really a job, at least it should never be considered a job, because all he is doing is moderating a fucking subreddit as a volunteer janitor. I really thought this was a skit, and I'm still, a small part of me, on the copium here, is hoping that this is satirical and not real, but I don't know, it feels genuine.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company.
That's not really a good look to say the sole reason you pursued this path of heroism as a Reddit moderator is because you believed that it held so much power. So you're basically just saying that you were power hungry and wanted to take this spot so that way you could feel powerful. He believes that Reddit communities and specifically Reddit moderators hold a strong level of sway and power, and that's why he became one himself. That I don't think is a good look, man. It's not even coming from like a place of passion or something for communities. He is literally saying he did it because he wanted to be strong. Come on. I understand that Reddit communities, like Reddit as a whole, is a platform that does hold like legitimate influence over like conversations and topics and stuff like that. So by extension, moderators have a lot of ability to control narratives by hiding things or boosting things. And that is something that I've talked about in the past and a lot of people have made mentions of many times. It's been a pretty big yapping point for a while. This is the quintessential Reddit mod mentality. You know the stereotype that exists of power-tripping Reddit mods? He is, in the first minute of this video, confirming that is exactly what drives him, is power. Like this small modicum of power that he was bestowed for the livestream fail subreddit. And it's... the level of self-importance is sickening.
In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators.
So here's the spoiler alert. He is going to be playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how he's been removed now as top mod of Livestream Fail because he was promoting a scam through that subreddit, which did ultimately result in people losing money. There were actual victims of this scam, so he has been removed of his position at the top of the food chain on Livestream Fail, and he is now putting a decent chunk of that blame on Reddit itself for not giving him the tools to avoid this from happening. Like at a certain point, there's like a brief moment of self-awareness, like this lightning bolt of self-awareness where he's like, yeah, it was a little fishy. But then he like immediately pushes it onto Reddit like, but if Reddit had given me access to brand deals and lawyers, this probably wouldn't have happened. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a Reddit mod. Why would Reddit be giving you access to lawyers and brand deals and shit? That doesn't make sense.
First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
It was your mistake, buddy. Fucking Spez wasn't behind you massaging your shoulders as you signed the deal with $1 Million Fan Show, which turned out to be a scam. He wasn't like the Sith Lord projecting into you, trying to convince you to go to the dark side to, sell out Livestream Fail to get more people hooked on $1 Million Fan Show. It was not the CEO of Reddit that forced you to do that, and even if you did have access to lawyers and other brand deals, it wouldn't have prevented something like this from happening. You made the choice.
Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers.
If that isn't the stinkiest load of horseradish I've ever heard with that description of LSF. Do you go on your own subreddit? Have you ever been on your own subreddit? That's not what it is. That's not what you just described at all. That is the most blatant misrepresentation of that subreddit I've ever heard anyone try to squeak out. If this was Pinocchio, his nose would have just went fucking Wumbo Insano style with that lie right there. Anyone who has ever visited LSF in the last 7 years will tell you it is not a subreddit for crazy, wacky clips of gaming and, stream fails or anything like that. I don't know why he's even trying that angle. Everyone knows that's not what that subreddit is.
So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration would just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial incentives, no moderators being paid, Basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was, how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit.
What? That's what happens already organically on every other stream. Why would this, a potential $20 million reality TV show, be any different? Obviously, things would already be being clipped and posted on the LSF subreddit. Why would you be reaching out about a collaboration to ensure that happens when you know for a fact it already would if this fucking show ever actually existed in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, trying to be extremely charitable here, maybe he was under the impression that this would be exclusive to Amazon Prime, thus they wouldn't have the rights to post it on LSF. But on the flip side of that coin, he said he heard about this from streamers, thus he would have known that it was going to be streamed on Twitch in the first place, thus it would still be clippable for LSF. That's just business as usual. I don't know why he would reach out about a collaboration to do what was already no doubt going to be done already. It just, that doesn't pass the smell test. I don't understand.
But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges. They make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though.
Why, though? LSF best clip is just the best clip from the event. Why does LSF's name need to be attached to it? This guy is treating Livestream Fail like it's his personal brand. Like, this is his baby, this is his product. So all the clips that hit LSF are actually top mods clips as well. I just don't even get this stretch goal here. I think he just wanted LSF's name out there more because it gives him more power in some capacity, because this is totally useless. Again, whatever would win best clip would just be someone else's content. There doesn't necessitate a Livestream Fails shout out there for some reason. Like, even if they were the ones that were like hosting votes on what the best clip is, who gives a fuck? That could have been anything and any one where people, like the actual communities, would vote on it, not just his subreddit. Anyway, though, he goes on to explain that they accepted this proposal. He was super hype about it because it meant this was a big moment for the subreddit, and he even made a mention that he believed he could turn this into even more opportunities for the subreddit going further, snowballing it into even more LSF prominence.
So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows. And, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. Maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought.
It sounds like you weren't thinking at all, though. Why would Amazon be spending $20 million on like 8 streamers and their fans on Twitch and only a $5 million grand prize for Mr. fucking Beast? What sense does that make, man? That isn't really checking out either. Also, he's making kind of like a joke about, maybe my involvement alone would make it worth the investment. But that's how he actually feels, by the way. Like, that's his tone throughout this whole video. He truly believes that he is like God's gift to streaming because he was the top mod of Livestream Fail. Like, it is a very, like, scary mentality to have, and I do genuinely feel bad for him that he has, like, poisoned his own brain to this level, deluded himself into thinking that him being a top mod on a subreddit was, like, something of significance and, like, something of, like, grand importance.
I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams, okay? I was doing this because I legitimately, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it.
So he debunks rumors that he was paid to promote $1 Million Show from the organizers, saying that he doesn't need to be taking bribes, he's financially well off. He then goes on to say that he was addressing like some of the deleted comments because that was a specific mention in why Reddit canned him, because it potentially showed malice because he was involved in this promotion that ended up being a scam. And so he wanted to address like the deleted comments. He then has a section dedicated to me where I talked about the scam, and then the organizers were talking to him like, well, since Charlie talked about the scam, 5 streamers dropped out, so we're, no longer doing this anymore. Pack your bags, take down the post. And then he says I didn't do enough research on it because I didn't reach out to him or the organizers.
But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation.
Brother, your level of research was cold calling the organization dick in hand, begging to be associated with them, and then that was the extent of it, because apparently you heard one of the streamers promote it. And yet he's going to be causing a hubbub because I didn't reach out to him for his perspective. Brother, I didn't even really talk about you in my video, just that you were associated with this shit, roped into the same scam that they were. And for what it's worth, if you watch the video, you would know I did get in contact with 2 agencies, one of which got the exact same contracts that Mythic did and got information on that, as well as getting one of the actual offers that Mythic was taking to the streamers. So I was very well familiarized with everything that was unfolding behind the scenes. And again, it doesn't take a super sleuth to go to their website and see that it's just fucking barnacles, man. One of their partners didn't even exist. There was no website and no business. Their about section was AI generated mumbo jumbo. Every single paragraph ended in triplets and also had the telltale sign of it's not this, it's this, over and over and over again. Their first image on their site was literally an AI generated mansion, and he mentions that in this video, but then goes on to say shamelessly that there's no definitive proof that this was ever a scam in the first place. That's a wild statement. Why don't you ask the people who spent money on this how they feel? Do they feel like they got their money's worth? Did they get the product they paid for? I imagine not, because this event is not even potentially in the cards and doesn't seem like it ever was to begin with, man. Their socials are removed. The website is down. Amazon hasn't made a peep about it. From what I've heard, the agencies are pissed about this. All signs point to this being a scam. Like, any sane, sensible person would look at all of this evidence and reach the same conclusion that this was horseradish. I don't know why he's trying to present something otherwise now.
The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words.
Brother, you're eating your own cock right now. What are you talking about? And then everyone clapped. Like, this is just fanfic. Where are you getting this information? There was an explicit no refund policy on their website baked into it. It was very boldly stated there are no refunds once you make these purchases. Who got a refund? I haven't seen anyone, posting receipts of getting a refund from the money they spent on this. Where are you getting that information from? That's a genuine question. Maybe he's seeing things that I'm not seeing somewhere. Because I even looked into it after he made this video, wondering like, whoa, they refunded? That's pretty surprising. I can't find any proof of that. I would love to see where he found that.
It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently all of that are lies.
No, man, this feels like the perfect implementation of that protocol. You pinned what seems to be, from all possible evidence, a scam. I don't know why he is trying so desperately to persuade to the contrary. Maybe it's because he believes that if he can try and prove that he really believes that it's not fraudulent, he can get his position back as top mod of LSF. I don't know. Or maybe getting really conspiratorial. Maybe he worked with the organizers in a deeper capacity than he's letting on. But that's just a possible game theory. It's just extremely peculiar how hard he is fighting to try and convince himself and others that maybe this wasn't a scam when all available evidence points towards this being fraudulent. And if this video is him trying to make a case for himself why he should be reinstated and get that power coursing through his veins again as a moderator on Reddit, then this is a terrible job. Because what he is doing now is showing that he is willing to even defend what seems to be by all possible accounts a scam that he was directly associated with, maybe unknowingly, and now he is doubling down on it. That is a terrible look, and that makes you look like an unhinged moderator who, even when proven to be incorrect, will not see that, will not take the accountability there. And now he's getting mad at the Code of Conduct team for enforcing their rules. He deleted comments that were critical of his decision to promote this sketchy game show, and promoted a sketchy game show that resulted in people spending money on something that didn't exist, doesn't exist. So I feel like it's a pretty justified termination of his moderator status.
Now, here's the most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct message to you and only you. I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there is still massive kind of like problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this.
Now, this message may have been only for Spez, but I've intercepted the broadcast here. Now, I've put my ear into it, and I'm taking a listen, and what I'm hearing is fucking wild. He almost gets into a level of accountability where he's like, yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into it. I didn't do any research on it. And then he immediately falls back into, but it hasn't really been fully proven to be a scam. And also, it's actually, in a large part, Reddit's fault that this happened in the first place because I wasn't given enough tools at my disposal to avoid making stupid decisions.
Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. If you are one of the people who is joking about, like, internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about, like, something bad that they did.
He made you, and he can tear you down as well. This is top mod LSF. It giveth and it taketh. And he also said doodities, which actually had me giggling. I don't know why he said doodities, but that was fucking hype. Anyway, this is now his spiel about why Reddit moderators are extremely powerful dragon level, adversaries and should be taken seriously, and no one seems to notice. It's not that nobody notices, it's that nobody's happy about it. There shouldn't be people like this that can just power trip and control a conversation and control what people are able to opine on or not, like with deleted comments or deleted posts and stuff like that, where they can hide certain things or boost certain things. That's a bad thing. Everyone knows that it exists, and everyone knows that there is actual power in that. I don't think anyone actually disputes that.
I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch, partially because at the time, LSF was indeed being used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way.
That's right. You better bow down. Every Twitch employee, when he walked through the door at TwitchCon, got on their hands and knees, instantly groveling at his feet, begging, pleading with him to stop the attack on Twitch, the multi-billion-dollar organization. Dan Clancy came in and sucked his wiener, I heard, in order to try and appease him so that he would stop using LSF to destroy the multi-billion-dollar corporation that is Twitch. Like, come on, man. Like, look at how you're talking about this. This is exactly why you shouldn't have a position as a top moderator of a subreddit. Like this, you are demonstrating the caricature of a Reddit moderator right now.
Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, a scam through and through. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess things ended up okay.
Why do you keep saying that? Where are you finding that information about everyone getting refunded? Are the organizers telling you that? Like, I really don't know where you're seeing that. But again, man, yes, it is a big subreddit, which means things like this information about a $20 million potential scam will have naturally blossomed there. As it would anywhere else on like a big Twitter community or a different subreddit. LSF just happens to be the biggest one. It has nothing to do with you. This is just natural when there is a big community. This would happen on another platform or another subreddit. It is not your achievement for creating the LSF ecosystem that shares clips about a potential scam. And in fact, you could even make an argument that you have actually been a hindrance in some cases in the past with certain things that weren't allowed to blossom there. Like, this is... I don't even understand the point he's making. People know that big subreddits or big Twitter communities or whatever do have a lot of influence. But that happens with or without this guy as the top moderator of the subreddit. That is just the result of a ton of people all in a similar space, in a similar vertical, that are sharing things back and forth. Like, his point is one that everybody knows.
I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time.
You already said at the beginning of the video that the sole reason you pursued this moderator status is because of the power that it afforded. I don't know why he's now trying to say that he's just so passionate. And even in this section here, he's talking about how he was trying to utilize every possible advantage to like get like brand deals and stuff, man. That's self-enrichment through this position. This doesn't really seem like it's coming from a place of a guy who's trying to like better communities or improve subreddits or make things better for others. This feels like you were chasing power and trying to use it to continue to climb that Reddit ladder, whatever that may be.
I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that a whole, and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Do you think that I want to be the guy, like, going out, like, messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't.
Then don't fucking do it, buddy! Chalamet! I'm gonna drop an Adam Sandler impression on you here. You are a moderator in a subreddit. Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy? The whole point of subreddits is just for a community to come together and talk about certain things, share certain things. And your job as a moderator, and I use job very loosey-goosey because it should never be misconstrued as a job. It's supposed to be filled by very passionate fans of similar mind in the same space that would then just enforce like certain rules about like, you know, making sure someone doesn't get like doxxed or something sensitive being shared like that. Like that is supposed to be all it is. Why are you trying to even find partnerships and deals like that? That doesn't seem, in my eyes, to ever benefit the community. It only feels like it would benefit the mods that are chasing it down. You like to use examples, so I'll use one for you. Let's say you chased down this partnership with $1 Million Fan Show, and it wasn't going super well, and the organizers and you, well, you like to exchange back and forth, and they're like, look, we really need a favor here. Can you only post some of the positive stuff from Million Dollar Fan Show and get rid of like the pesky, maybe clips that are negative about it? That would really help us. And let's say you object to that and they're like, okay, well then we're not going to work with you in an official capacity anymore if you don't do this. You see the conflict that this creates? It leads to, I can't believe I'm going to use this word when talking about fucking subreddits and mods, but it leads to very blatant corruption, where you are now in bed with some of these organizations or someone that could benefit from you gamifying your subreddit to cater it more towards them. Maybe it wasn't financial in this case, maybe you weren't paid for it, but extend this thought process to another type of subreddit where maybe there is someone paying for it. Like, let's say I'm a music artist and I want to be featured on like the hard rock subreddit, and I want to make sure my single gets out there. So I reach out to a mod and like, hey, look, I'll pay you some money if you can try and like boost this up a little bit. And this is something that I've read reports of happening in the past, and I think you would agree that that's a problem, right? Now imagine if those mods are also chasing down other artists like, hey, I see your Spotify streams are a little low. If you toss us a little money here, we can use our subreddit and the influence of it to try and boost it up a little bit higher. That's not a good thing.
If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. Reddit needs to be professionalized, and it starts with the mods. This is going to be controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez.
Damn, what a mic drop. Brother, there are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod. That is a position that the community is supposed to like decide upon, like, hey, here's our rules, and here's who we would like to enforce them, and that's it. It should never be this deep. I just don't understand why he can't grasp, and maybe he can, and he's just pretending not to, the concept that if you have mods that are financially incentivized to work with brands in collaboration with them to use the community for their collaborators' purpose, you now have a very disingenuous subreddit that is very easily influenced based on who is paying for it. That should be a very clear conflict, a very obvious issue. It should be pretty obvious why Reddit wouldn't want to invest in a suite of resources like lawyers and brand ambassadors for Reddit mods to look over contracts and shit for Reddit mods securing deals to sell out their subreddit. That's not a good thing.
That means access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters.
To you, personally, actually matters to just you. The guy who is benefiting from the ad deals and brand partnerships and shit. That does nothing for the community you are supposed to be moderating for, brother. What are you not understanding there? Like, he is only arguing to help himself under the guise of it being to grow his subreddit. It only grows you, man.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets.
Yes, a high-level financial growth strategy here. The way to double your company is by spending resources to connect your subreddit moderators with talent managers that will chase down brand deals for them. So that way they can feel like a celebrity and I guess cash in on their mod status. Yeah, I'm really seeing the line now. The pieces of the puzzle are coming together nicely. I get it.
To the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve.
He then tries to address the community about like this problem, and I really don't even understand the problem he's trying to portray here, because all he keeps hammering home is that he is a top moderator, wasn't given enough resources like lawyers, and he wasn't treated like a celebrity enough, and he didn't have the ability to chase down brand deals, which led to him making a poor decision here with the $1 Million fan show. How is that a problem that the community, would rally behind, man? You just shouldn't have done it in the first place. Reddit shouldn't be a platform where mods are selling out big communities for the sake of brand deals. I don't see a whole lot of community support coming for that kind of message. He keeps presenting it as a problem, but actually I think this video demonstrates exactly why Reddit made the right call removing him from his position. I don't know how he's not seeing that.
To solve all of the problems that I have laid out, we will create tools and resources so good, so useful that everybody will have to work with us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing mod recruitment, cross-collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff.
He then pitches his new thing here, which a talent agency for subreddit mods, I guess. I don't want to get into it. I've been yapping about this for so long. It's just, this video blew my mind that he would actually post something like this. Again, I do actually feel bad for him because this is clearly a position that meant a lot to him, and I'm wishing him the best going forward now without his, sheriff badge of LSF. But I do not think a talent agency for mods is the right path. But, I'm not his dad. He can do what he wants. It's just, this was a mind-boggling adventure watching this one. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I'm pretty sure this is the first video I've ever made with Taylor Swift as the focus for it, and that's because I just don't really have any strong feelings on her or her music. I don't know a whole lot about her, in her personal life or anything other than, all the breakups and stuff, but that's just not something I tune into super deeply. All I know is she's got some songs in her catalog I like to wiggle my finger to occasionally. I don't dislike her music. I don't hate the songs that she's put out. There are a few boner jams in there. But the reason I'm talking about her today is because she has a new album that just came out, which I didn't even know was around the corner. But something is a bit awry. There's a disturbance out there because for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure, people are saying it's not good. Even her most loyal of fans are criticizing it. A feat I didn't even think was possible. It defies our very fundamental understanding of science. The Swifties vocally expressing disappointment, and not only in the album, but in the way in which Taylor Swift has gone about it. There is a lot of greed at play here that I would have never even imagined as a money-making strategy. It's so fucking scummy. But Swifties have been well known to support any and everything Taylor Swift does at basically any price point imaginable. You could ask the moon, and they would happily fork over every single doubloon in their piggy bank for it. They would pay $5,000 to be in the same room that Taylor Swift farted in 5 years ago, and they would pay that with a big smile on their face, and go online to rave about the incredible experience being near a smidgen of ass molecule that Taylor Swift shared the same air as this one room one time. And yet, they are talking about how disappointing this is from Taylor. That's crazy to me. That has to be an indicator for an impending apocalypse. I bet if you correlate this with the Mayan calendar, we're going to find evidence to the end times right around the corner. It is shocking, to say the least. And since I brought up the end times, I want to tell you that the end of bad hygiene is here, thanks to our soap Cheeky. We've got a new scent available now. It's the Sunday Scaries. It's our vanilla scent, which is a scent that has been requested highly for the last year, and it's finally here, so you can go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap ever created. So naturally, before getting into the greedy monetization model for this album, Life of a Showgirl, I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on the album, because I decided to take a little listen. I didn't hate it. I'll be honest, I don't know what all the hoopla is about. It seems like just a very normal Taylor Swift album. Admittedly, there's nothing on there that jumped out at me as a classic that's going to be talked about as one of her finest pieces, one of her top tracks or anything. But it wasn't nails on a chalkboard or anything. It didn't feel like it was just lazy throwaway garbage. Like, I didn't feel like I was listening to "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack" or something. Like, it was just very simple. Not to throw shade at "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack," of course, but the point is, it just felt like a really normal Taylor Swift album. It wasn't extraordinary, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as I'm hearing a lot of people say. The only track on here that actually did raise my eyebrow was "Wood," which is a song about Travis Kelce's wiener. It's about a little more than that, but that's kind of like the focus, is Travis Kelce's meat. Kind of lyrics that just make you go, ooh, instead of have you snapping your fingers. Forgive me, it sounds cocky, he amatized me. I actually had to look up what that was. It's apparently dickmatized instead of hypnotized, where you get fucked so good that you get hypnotized, apparently. At least according to fan interpretations of that line. There's a lot of layers to this onion, of course. It's very deep songwriting. And opened my eyes, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Oh. Like, when I heard that for the first time, it brought out the same feeling as the first time I heard Riley Reid freestyle rap. It was just, it was visceral. These lyrics really do feel like something I myself would write as a joke for one of our songs, The Gentle Men. And who knows, maybe Taylor Swift is a fan of The Gentle Men and was inspired by our songwriting styles. Because, like, I could see myself writing some shit like that for a goofy track. You know, penis appointment, you know I'm on time. He's dunking his balls like MJ in his prime. Like, it really does sound like something I would have cooked up for sillies. But, I don't know, the way, the rest of the song, it kind of plays it pretty straight, like pretty serious. And it's just, I don't know. That, out of all the songs on the album, that's the only one where I was like, oh. But anyway, enough about the album itself. I think it is just like a very normal, generic Taylor Swift album. Do I think it's anything special? No. Do I think it's anything abhorrent and as awful as everyone else seems to think it is? Also no. But I did see a banger tweet that a buddy of mine sent me that I guess kind of sums it up nicely. I said, Taylor Swift's new album sucks and I didn't even get a single death threat from a Swiftie. That's how bad it is. For those that don't know, since basically the beginning of Taylor Swift's career, anyone that speaks out saying like, I didn't really like that, they get dogpiled by Swifties with death threats, oftentimes racism. Like, the Swiftie online reputation has been pretty scary for a while, actually. And of course, it's not all Swifties, obviously, but it's enough to be kind of like a common thought, a stereotype for Swifties that has been around for a while, where if you say you don't like something about Taylor Swift or her album, get ready for some of the most colorful insults you'll ever read and a lot of death threats. So now, with the actual album itself out of the way, let's talk about how she monetized it, how she tried to squeeze more money from all of her fans, because it is egregious. I think this is probably why there are so few people coming to her defense here, because this is kind of indefensible. This is an article from a site called Defector that kind of broke it all down and gave like their review of it and talking about the monetization here and how greedy it is. So, upon announcing the album, Swift put up a vinyl for pre-order on her site, and then another, and then another. Before the album was even released, she had promoted and sold on her site 8 exclusive vinyl variants in different colors with different names, and 8 CDs and 1 sweater which comes with a CD. The vinyls cost $34, the CDs cost $20, the sweater CD cost $70, and one of those was a Target exclusive edition. Don't forget Target. The marketing scheme for each of these releases, which came one after another, was scarcity. They will sell out, you will never have another opportunity, hurry, show your love and devotion. And unsurprisingly, it was a very successful business model. She's apparently sold 2.7 million copies of the album in physical and digital. When she announced it on the New Heights podcast, she promised this album wouldn't have any bonus tracks. Historically, Swift has sold her fans the album and then asked them to buy it again to access extra songs. The Life of a Showgirl, she promised, was fully complete, but then on Saturday night, another countdown appeared on her website, and at the end of it, she announced 4 additional CDs of the same album that fans could buy. These versions cost $8 a piece, and each includes 2 exclusive acoustic versions of songs on the album.
That means that in addition to the songs on the album, Swift also recorded 8 acoustic versions, but you can only hear them if you purchase each of the 4 CDs. You have to collect this shit like pieces of Exodia here to get the whole experience. It goes on to say she didn't lie technically. There are no new songs on the CDs, just an opportunity for her to make even more money. So the songs aren't new, but they're a different recording of the same song a different way. There's really no way of justifying that. The whole purpose is just to squeeze more money out of the audience because she knows they are going to lap it up 100%. And they are. Like, it is still making tons of money, even though it's not being received overly positive. Another thing they're putting her feet to the fire for is apparently using AI in this new album rollout. So it's pretty clear that this is big time money making mode here. This isn't really about the artistry of her craft or anything. It does seem like the whole goal here is to try and squeeze as much out of this album as she possibly can, with so many like additions and shit, even cutting corners on to use AI. Like, she has unfathomable wealth. There is just no excuse for not just hiring a real person, a real artist for that. The only reason she'd use AI is to save money, which is pretty crazy considering she's a fucking billionaire. Like, how are you gonna cheap out on this? It's so wacky to me. So it's hard to disagree with people expressing their sentiment that Taylor Swift is just selling out and is looking to just make as much money off this album as she can possibly squeeze without really caring about the art or the community that she's built. Just kind of throwing Swifties into the mud and just treating them like a useful piggy bank she can tap into whenever she wants for delivering very little to them. Like I said, it's hard to disagree with that because why the fuck are there so many versions of this? Why are you using AI? Like, there are just so many things that are clearly just here because it's greedy. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see even the most loyal of Swifties calling it out, saying, like, this is unacceptable. This is really disappointing from Taylor. I thought she had reached this point where she was literally infallible in some people's eyes. So it's good to see that there are things people won't stomach when it comes to her greed with this album. I think that's good. So, hopefully, there'll be a course correction here from her team, like with the way this has been handled. I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to yap about it a little bit because this was pretty shocking to see that her album and her business acumen here being criticized by Swifties. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service, where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this
board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave the setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord. This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data, because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be
introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results. So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted, but usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Dave Baszucki. You know him as the CEO of Roblox. I know him as a weird urinal cake I can't help but pee on from time to time because everything that he has done as CEO is just so odd. He is the guy that has been fighting tooth and nail, making it what seems to be his life's mission to bring dating to Roblox. Having a entire section of the Roblox business model carved out for dating. And initially it was supposed to be for 17-plus-year-olds. Dave, that's underage, which was a lesson he refused to learn. He had to eventually be dragged kicking and screaming into reality that 17-year-olds are minors. And despite everyone on the planet telling him how weird it was that he wanted adult content accessible to 17 plus instead of locking it behind 18 plus, which he was adamant about, he refused to budge an inch on that. He was just lat spreading, just saying no, until eventually, I guess, someone was able to break through his noodle up there to, get the message through his thick skull. But everyone has also been saying how weird it is just conceptually to try and add adult content on Roblox to begin with. It is a platform used predominantly by children. Why do you want a dating service element of it? Why do you want adult content to even have a home on Roblox to begin with? Especially considering the reputation of Roblox as like a safe haven for predators at this point, where there are just so many issues with the way Roblox handles their predator problem. It's just a recipe for disaster, and everything Dave has done as CEO of Roblox is just fucking odd to me. And I think he himself is just creepy. I just watched a brand new interview with him that just kind of goes tits up here. He's unhinged. Like, he is actually off his gourd in the interview. I can't show you any clips from it, and just to set expectations, if you do watch it, which I recommend you do because it's fascinating, he's not like blowing a gasket or having a conniption, but he is like combative, defensive, and it seems like very upset about the interview, even though, according to this, Roblox was the one that pitched them on interviewing Dave Baszucki about child safety. Like, they didn't ambush him or anything, yet during the interview, it seems like he was fucking caught between a rock and a hard place. He was deer in the headlights for a lot of the questions they were asking. I don't know what he was expecting. Maybe he thought he'd go into the interview and both of them would be on their hands and knees just sucking his dick and fondling his balls, putting a finger in his ass for the G-spot tickling. Like, I don't know why he would be getting so mad when they were even the ones that were pushing for this interview in the first place. It's shocking. Let's take a peek at this moment here, which is transcribed. It's from the interview. It's probably the most heated moment from the interview. The interviewer is talking about manual safety versus an automated review process. And Dave Baszucki has a full-blown temper tantrum here. He gets red in the face, and then he starts trying to talk over the interviewer who is trying to give his perspective. So he answers the question initially about how he'd actually lean in harder, the shift would be constantly moving to higher quality, more accurate, more diligent systems. Can we review more? Can we do better? And then eventually just says, let's say we figure it out, and the way to do that is with better and better AI models. Would you pick that? The interviewer says, yeah. And Dave Baszucki says, good, so you're aligning with what we did. High five. The interviewer then tries to give more to his perspective on things, saying, but I've also been covering social networks, and Dave Baszucki chimes in instantly to try and shut it down by talking over him, saying, thank you for supporting our Roblox decision matrix. Again, the interviewer tries to squeak out more thoughts. Dave Baszucki is not having that. He is going to try and absorb all of the fucking air in this room to try and bury the interviewer's topic. He tries again, but I also remember 15 years ago when, and here's Dave Baszucki with the fucking sledgehammer from the top turnbuckle. He interrupts, I'm so glad you guys are aligned with the way we run Roblox. High five. This is literally the behavior of a child putting his fingers in his ear going, la 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 la, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. That is what Dave Baszucki is doing here. And once again, the interviewer tries again. Right, I also remember 15 years ago when Mark Zuckerberg was saying, and then Dave Baszucki, once again with the fucking RKO, is this a stealth interview where actually you love everything we're doing and you're here to stealthily support it? Watching this segment of the interview was extraordinarily uncomfortable. It was so awkward. It had me kind of squirming in my seat a little bit, listening to this imbecile start to get combative here and try and bully the interviewer into submission to try and like force camaraderie or something. Oh, so like high five, you support us. Hi, stop, shut the fuck up. High five, you support us. You like stealthily love everything we're doing, am I right? Fist bump, put her here. You want me to sign you up for the Roblox dating service? I know. Alright, I'll give you an account. It's fucking weird. This guy sucks. He is so creepy. And if you want further evidence of that, just look at the way that the interview starts. Dave Baszucki immediately just kind of goes mask off here when asked what he thinks about the problem of predators on Roblox. His response was, we think of it not necessarily just as a problem, but an opportunity as well. How do we allow young people to build, communicate, and hang out together? How do we build the future of communication at the same time? You couldn't script a worse answer. When asked about his perspective on the predator problem with his platform, he said he doesn't view it just as a problem, but an opportunity. What? Pardon? Say that again for the people in the back on the bleachers. What did you just say about the predators preying on children on your platform? You view it as an opportunity? What a remarkably stupid thing to say, but maybe he's being very honest. I have always got the impression, and many others, that Roblox doesn't take the predator problem very seriously. There has been nothing in Roblox's history that leads me to believe that they do as much as they possibly can to keep children safe on that platform. So maybe this is Dave Baszucki just going full goatsy here and letting us take a peek at the foul insides. That he just doesn't really care that much, and really, it's not just a problem to him, but a real opportunity. I think, and this is being very charitable, but I think, based on the way he continued in the interview right after that, what he was trying to get at is that he's viewing this as a big conundrum that they're trying to solve of how do you grow all of these tools with one of the biggest platforms on the planet while also trying to like moderate it. So then he was going into like the state-of-the-art tools they're working on, like the age estimation features and the AI moderation tools and stuff like that. So it seems like he's trying to say like he's viewing it as an opportunity to grow their safety measures, kind of. I'm kind of making a big, generous leap based on how he was saying things, but the way he paints it as like an opportunity is crazy to me, because this is a huge issue that has been festering in his platform for many, many years, with who knows how many countless victims, how many countless children have been preyed upon by predators on his platform, and they have just simply not done enough to keep them safe, and even at times actively made it harder for those predators to be held accountable. And instead of like recognizing just how big of a problem that is and how bad it's gotten, he instead says that it's not just necessarily a problem, but an opportunity. That is so fucking tone deaf and just a really weird sentiment to even try and be expressing here when asked that question. And the interviewers do continue to talk about this subject, and it really seems like Dave Baszucki was completely caught off guard with his fucking pants down here. So the interviewer goes on, yeah, I mean, you mentioned sort of kids leaving the platform, and it does become clear in those lawsuits that Roblox is kind of, where predators go to find kids, but then they do try to, and Baszucki once again cuts in, well, I would say in the lawsuit or press, yes, I would categorically reject the actual description of what you're saying, but yes, what you might read in the news would portray it in that way, but then the interviewer interjects, you don't think you have a problem with predators on the platform? To which Baszucki says, I think we're doing an incredible job at innovating relative to the number of people on our platform and the hours, and really leaning into the future of how this is going to work. Now, I get being the CEO of this multi-billion-dollar corporation, you can't just go out in there and say, yep, tons of pedophiles, predators running rampant on the streets of Roblox. I know, it's gotten bad, but don't worry, we're doing our best to put out the fires. I know he can't just say that up front, but he's just kind of like outright denying the existence of how big this problem is. And if I was a parent of a child who played Roblox and I saw this interview, I am deleting their account this same afternoon. Like, this is a CEO that I have no faith in keeping children safe on the platform from these bad actors that are preying upon them on Roblox. this interview, like, it is such a disaster. I don't know how he or anyone on the Roblox team thought that this would be a good idea for them if he is this unprepared to handle real questions about a very legitimate problem with his platform. And what's crazy is he is just like comically delusional and creepy and scummy. Like, not even just in the way he handles the questions about child safety on the platform, but one of the hosts here asked him a joke question about should there be a poly market for kids inside of Roblox, which is clearly in jest. Would you ever put a prediction market inside Roblox, like let kids bet with their Robux and say, I bet he's gonna steal a tung sahur? I know I've reached unk status at 31 years old. I have no fucking idea what that means. And then the other host chimes in, or I bet he's not gonna dress to impress. And Bazooki, upon hearing what is clearly to most sane people a joke of a question, actually talks about why he thinks that's a very good idea. I think we would have to do that once again. I'll share some of the complexity. Every single country in the world has different legislation around loot boxes and kid gambling, and so we would have to be, it sounds very fun and obvious, like I love that. That is his perspective on kid gambling, by the way. It sounds very fun and obvious. And then the interviewer chimes in saying, oh, to be clear, I think this is a horrible idea. And then there's laughter. I was just interested if you were thinking about it. And Bazooki says, well, I actually think it's a brilliant idea if it can be done in an educational way that's legal. And so imagine no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor, where it's not like trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it. And then the interviewer's interesting. Yes, start them young. That's what I always say when it comes to gambling. You're never too young. This slimy worm is unironically actually trying to preach the pros of enabling kid gambling on Roblox. He's trying to say, well, no free Robux, no free prizes or anything, but what if it's educational? Educational gambling, of course, Dave Bazooki. How did I not think about that with educational gambling on Roblox? Absolutely, yeah, that won't open the door to anything bad. Oh my goodness, yeah, of course. It makes so much sense, David. He doesn't even try and, like, spruce it up a little bit, clean it up, tidy up the rough edges there of, like, children gambling. He himself literally says the word kid gambling. So he is just fully open, like, yeah, kid gambling, like, maybe that is a brilliant idea we should consider. Like, he's not even trying to, like, skirt around the loopholes like mystery boxes of Labubu or something like that, or like a Pokemon card product, like TCG boxes or something. Like, he is just saying, oh no, kid gambling. Yeah, no, actually, that's a brilliant idea. We'd have to find a way to do it legally, of course. I'm sure there's a way, but it could be great education. Wild. Actually wild. Like I said, I highly recommend you check out the actual interview. It is unbelievable that not only did he agree to do this interview, but that it was their idea to do this interview in the first place. He wanted to be interviewed, apparently. Unreal. I just had to yap about this once I watched it. That's really about it. So yeah.
Season 4 finale of Invincible just dropped. I put my peepers on it nice and early this morning. I got up real excited, and I gotta let you know I wasn't let down. I thought it was a really strong finale to a very strong season. But I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Grip your chair right now, sports fans, because it's about to get spicy. The animation blows major ass. I don't think anyone's surprised to hear me critique that aspect of this show. And I understand, I've heard the cope about why it's so stiff and bland because of, how tight the schedule is to get it out, that kind of thing. I understand that, and not wanting to work the animators to the bone in order to meet the deadlines. I get all of that. So then let's play ball with a little thought experiment here. What if we don't have it come out on such a strict timeline and give the animators more time to flesh it out to make it look even better? I am not someone that needs the jingling keys at all moments of a show. A lot of my favorite shows are slow burns. Invincible is not that. Every episode of Invincible, basically, has action. So when you have an action-heavy show where the action looks like action figures colliding in this weightless fucking of nothing. It's jarring and feels underwhelming, taking the wind out of the sails of a show that carries so much momentum through extraordinary writing. But since they like to have everything end in an actual physical fight, when it stands out like this for being really not great, it just kind of sucks. Like PNGs floating around. There are multiple moments in season 4 that are reminiscent of fucking Garu sliding down the hill in One Punch Man season 3. And honestly, if this show wasn't so action right up in your titties at all times, I wouldn't care as much because the writing is so strong and I'm really invested in this world and this characters. But with every episode basically having fighting in it and it looks this bad, it stands out a lot and it becomes a big eye-rolling moment. And I know everyone likes to shoot spitballs and bukkake on episode 4 of this season, the one where they go to hell and it feels like filler. That is the most egregious example of it, but it's not just reserved for that. Pretty much all fights, every time they clash, looks like that, save for the key moments. And this is where it shows that they have the talent, they have the ability to make beautiful animated fights and these incredible, breathtaking sequences. They save that for like the most pivotal moments, like Conquest Round 2, the fucking remix, or Nolan and Thrag, or really just everything with Thrag getting involved there. Which I get makes sense from their budget and timeline to focus those resources there to elevate those moments because they are so important and it is a huge fight moment. But because it's used so seldomly in the season, it just lets you know what could have been if they decided to actually, maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the cutthroat release schedule and let the whole season get this treatment. It would make everything so much better, in my opinion, and I would personally be fine with a longer wait in between seasons if the entire season can look like that, or look like how it did in Season 1. I praised the animation in Season 1 right when Invincible started. I thought it was beautiful. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and apparently that took like 3 years to do, so I understand that might not be feasible, and that is a much longer wait in between seasons, but surely there's got to be a Goldilocks zone in here somewhere in the pipeline where you get great animation and a timely-ish release, where it doesn't, just fucking fall into the Stranger Things category of everyone forgetting about it in between seasons. My point is, this show is an incredibly good show. I love Invincible. I think it is captivating. I think it is so fucking strong. But I am constantly let down with the animation now because it just seems to get progressively weaker. So I would just love if that could be spruced up a bit to get back to its former glory of animation quality or something at least closer to it. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too long because I do have a very positive takeaway from this season. I was very, very entertained. As I said, I am very invested in the world and the characters, and I think Season 4 gives you so much to chew on because it brings in, I think, the most interesting character, which is Nolan. Omni-Man is doing everything he can to try and atone for his sins, but this show doesn't just flip the switch like, oh, he's a good guy now, so we all have to forgive him. It plays with this very complicated character and this very messy man as he's battling his own demons and trying so desperately to prove that he has changed. But with his whole family devastated by what he's done, no one can trust him and everyone's afraid of him. It is so well written that it's not just like this instant switch that gets flipped where everyone's like, okay, we love Nolan now. See how great he's doing. Let's all pat Nolan on the ass. All right, let's go suck a fart out his butt. Nolan's a good guy now. Yeehaw. They put him in his place, let him know what he did is fucked up and that he probably will never be able to actually get forgiveness for it. And Nolan starts to wrangle with that too and starts to accept that they're probably right. He probably won't be forgiven, but he's going to keep trying because now he knows what's right from wrong, and it's what he wants to do. It's so well delivered. I genuinely think they have done an incredible job with Nolan, and it's not like his relationship with Mark and Oliver instantly get repaired because now they're fighting in this war to eradicate the rest of the Viltrumites to save Earth and everyone they care about. They don't just instantly become, this perfect father and son relationship, but slowly and surely they do start to connect again on a human level. And I also really liked Thrag. He lived up to the hype. He is menacing, he is imposing, and he is by far the strongest character we've seen yet. We haven't even seen him so much as, like, feel the impact of something. Every blow that was landed on him, he allowed it to land in order to assess the strength of Mark. And at every point, he just aura farms and lets him know that this is disappointing, this is underwhelming, and they stand no fucking chance. Even Space Racer, who has, like, the anti-everything weapon, Thrag doesn't even blink at it. It can one-shot Viltrumites, it fucking one-shots planets, and Thrag just aura farms on top of it. He literally just like Gangnam Styles on it. Like, he doesn't care. He is that powerful. It is extremely cool. And speaking of Space Racer, let me talk about the group that the Coalition has put together. Overall, I really like everyone here. I think Alan is still a very enjoyable character. I like Space Racer. I do think they kind of have to nerf him because he's so powerful. He has the anti-everything doohickey, the gun that can just fucking wipe out the universe by itself, really, if he so chooses. So in order to, like, compensate for that, he kind of has to be like a moron. And he's not even stupid either, because he also, like, during the showdown with the remaining Viltrumites, he has, like, an entourage of Ragnar, which are also an anti-Viltrumite species, like their claws. They're basically like these tiny little fucking dinosaur lizards that can hurt Viltrumites and tear them to pieces, like the only ones that can do that, really. So he brings them on, like, leashes and throws them at them like projectiles, which is very cool. So he's not stupid, but he doesn't utilize his gun or his motorcycle all that well. Like, if he was just smarter and more proactive, he could probably end this entire war by himself, but he just doesn't. I still think he's very cool, but you have to kind of suspend disbelief for a moment for a guy that has a weapon that powerful. Now, another character that gets brought into this group is Tech Jacket, and she has this Galadrian technology that is very powerful, repairs itself, is able to keep up with everyone. But I gotta tell you, she doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, what she does do is important, like where she hides herself and Alan on the Viltrumite ship. Like, that obviously is big, but like in a fight, all she does is just shoot beams, right? Like, she shoots like these meaningless beams that don't do anything, and they just mosquito bites basically the Viltrumites, and then she runs away. But she's able to like tank some hits from the Viltrumites, which is impressive, but I don't think she brings a whole lot as of right now. During the skirmish with the Viltrumites, she did have like the Surlock poison where it does make them vulnerable, so she was shooting that, which is helpful. But I feel like any character could have done that because it's basically a fucking blow dart of poison. It wasn't really something Tech Jacket brought to the table as like something only Tech Jacket could do. So right now I'm not really sold on Tech Jacket being like a instrumental component of this group that's going to be so important in ultimately winning this battle against the remaining Viltrumites. I was a little underwhelmed there. But I don't think she's a bad character. I just don't think she had a lot to do here. But maybe that changes in the next, season, couple seasons, whatever it looks like. Oliver in this season also gets a lot to do. He starts to bond with Nolan while Mark is healing from the Conquest rematch. And I think they did a good job of exploring that relationship because Oliver overheard his father saying that he never cared about, his mother or anything like that. It was an accident, it shouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. So Oliver now feels like, his father doesn't even fucking respect him, doesn't want him, doesn't care about him, not in the same way as Mark. And that's another really complex theme that they start to tackle, and they do so gradually. So when it does ultimately end with Oliver and Nolan getting closer over the course of a few months, it makes sense, and I thought it was well executed. Oliver, though, it seems like he is constantly just sidelined during the big fights where he overestimates his own abilities, which I think makes sense for the character. They've established that, but it always ends with him just getting basically KO'd. So he attacks Thrag right away, and Thrag just fucking ragdolls him, rips his arm off, and fucks him up, and then he ends up, decommissioned for many, many months, and when the season ends, he is still recovering. but he's not dead. That just seems to keep happening to him. Like, that seems to be his major role, is like, fuck, Oliver just got blasted again. Shit, all right. It'll be a few months before we hear from him again. But, I'm assuming he'll get stronger and evolve more. Now let's talk about the star of the show, Mark. Invincible goes through hell in this season, even more so than the previous seasons, I would say. His whole life is constantly just fucking agony. It is incredible the amount of suffering he goes through. So, obviously, the Conquest rematch ends with him getting his fucking intestines spilled, and he's unconscious and recovering over the course of many months on this strange world. He's away from Eve, the love of his life. He's away from his home planet. He's away from his mother. He's with his father, who, very complicated relationship, understandably. And it's just misery. And even when he does finally recover, then he has to go throw down with Thrag, and Thrag blasts Nolan right in front of Mark. Mark thinks his father is dead. And then it's Mark's turn on the chopping block in the Thrag Thunderdome. He gets knocked out, unconscious. He's getting his eyes gouged out, but then Thrag shows mercy because of how few of them are left. When Mark awakes yet again after this period of needing to rest and recuperate, then he goes back to Earth thinking that the Viltrumites are there, and he is suffering from PTSD. He is constantly seeing Thrag kill people around him, but it's all in his head. Until the very end, which I thought this was an incredibly powerful moment. He goes for just a casual flight to clear his mind, and then he does run into Thrag. The Viltrumites are there, and Thrag reveals to him that he has a choice to make. Mark can either let the Viltrumites on his planet continue to try and rebuild their civilization through breeding with humans, which has been proven to work, thanks to Nolan, or it can be mutually assured destruction for both their species, because Thrag and the remaining 37 Viltrumites will blow up the whole planet, killing everyone there, and it will spell doom for humans and Viltrumites alike. And that is an incredibly tough thing that Mark has to battle with there, and I think it's done so well. Mark ultimately realizes that the only way is to just agree to the terms. So he does. I thought that was so fucking good. Everything they did with Mark in this season I thought was great. Even when Mark comes home, he learns about what Eve went through when he was gone, thinking that he might be dead, and how she is now pregnant and Mark's not there. So she reaches the incredibly difficult decision to have an abortion, and it's something that now Mark and Eve are now dealing with and feeling the weight of a decision of this magnitude. Season 4 really, I thought, did an incredible job of building every character and getting them to a point where you genuinely care where it goes next. And they tackle some very deep themes, and I think they do a great job with the writing. But like I said, my big complaint is the animation. If this wasn't a show that had so much action at every step of the way, I wouldn't care as much, because it would solely be, this incredible story with this incredible writing and these great characters that I care about. But because there is always a fight that happens in basically every episode, it stands out when it looks this bad. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. So I just really, really hope that maybe in the next season we can take more time here, give the animators more time to really cook it and let it breathe. Let them finally craft the fights like they did in season 1 or in the Adam Eve special. Just getting to something of that quality again would do wonders for this show, especially where it currently is. So anyway, I really liked season 4 of Invincible. I thought it was extremely strong. I would just really like to see more in terms of the animation, and I think that means giving the animators more time. I recognize that maybe that's not a sentiment shared by everyone. They just want to go. Please just keep feeding it no matter what. I would like to let them really, flex their talent here and show what they can deliver in terms of animation. Because you can see it sometimes throughout the series, like when the Mark vs. Conquest again, or Thrag, there are some really great animated moments. I would like to see the entire season have great animation, as opposed to just a couple of small pieces of it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. That was a Black Beetle challenge. Haven't seen that in a while, have ya? I'm dusting off the classics. Wait until I bust out the Harlem Shake and the Flash Mob in a public library. Speaking of things you haven't seen in a while, how about I show you something you've probably never seen and you will most likely never see again. They don't call me the bad boy of Magic the Gathering for nothing. You may not know it, but you're looking at the eighth wonder of the world. That, my friends, is a pristine, and by pristine I mean pretty trashed box of revised Magic the Gathering cards. This is an authentic, straight from the early 90s box from the early days of Magic the Gathering, and we cracked this artifact open for the sake of our series Box Brawl, where we're going through and opening every single set in Magic the Gathering history, and then playing a 4-player brawl game with our pulls from the box. We've been doing this for, coming up on 2 years now. We've done like 80 sets or something like that. And we had Tulare Community College, the professor, come out for a very special one, because Revised is the box that is nearest and dearest to his boners. And what better way to accommodate the professor than giving him a little piece of his upbringing. So when we do boxes like this, I like to yap about it over here and show you highlights from it. I don't want to spoil too many of the pulls or like the game itself that we played, because it actually was a fucking ass greaser. It was an exhilarating game of Magic, and the pulls, I'll spoil, they hurt you. They hurt you down to your soul, because this is a $15,000 box of Magic cards. And, well, the pulls, let's just say, left a lot to be desired in terms of that. The box definitely wasn't resealed. I don't think I got scammed. I think I just got extraordinarily lucky, and I probably drove the price of all of the other boxes up by getting this one out of circulation, out of the population. I've had it for about 2 years now, and now we can definitively say that I had the worst possible box of Revised imaginable. So it's only up from there for all the other remaining boxes in the wild. But anyway, that's not to say every pull was bad. We did still have some heat, just nothing crazy. The game itself, though, was amazing. So yeah, if you want to watch the entire kit and caboodle, the whole opening, the entire game, which I highly recommend you do, I'll put a link to the skill check video in the description. Without the professor, Magic dies with
That's
this
true.
set. He saved it by himself by spending all of his lunch money on packs.
I was YouTubing back in 1994. It's true.
So I also cashed in a favor from the professor, you might remember from a year ago. He's gonna show Hole at some point in this video!
Whoa, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if anyone knows what it means, it's this guy.
Herd ape.
Wow.
Wow. Mountain.
Wow, they give you a lot of
So
land
much
in
mountain.
these. In weird
Erg Raiders,
spots.
Sea Serpent. Is that my rare? No, that's an uncommon. At least the Erg Raiders.
nice.
Island. Stone Rain.
Nice.
Stone Rain guy.
Stone Rain guy.
Island. Grey Ogre.
I think at the start we're going to be going through everything, but probably once we've seen all of the cards, we'll be going a little.
Soul Ring.
That's page one. Page
Wow.
one. Zach, what is Soul Ring on page one?
It's like $20, I think. It's like $20.
Dude, it's like $20. Fuck.
Yes. I'm almost back to making up for the investment. We got the Troll, more land,
Dwarven Warriors.
Dwarven Warrior, Healing Salve,
Banger.
Drudge Skeleton, Regeneration.
That is one of the best arts ever.
The Regeneration?
That art is the Regeneration.
Oh, wow.
That art on Regeneration. Come on, that's so kick-ass.
That is very 90s. Spell Blast, Fire Breathing, more lands, Unholy Strength, and then Circle of Protection White. Sorry, a lot of these cards. Yes! I felt like Commander.
There's.
Oh my god, there's a Pestilence? What are we doing?
That's still played in Pauper.
What are we doing?
Pestilence is a good deck in Pauper.
What are we doing, dude?
With so many lands.
Merfolk!
Oh my god, I actually play that one still.
Not that one.
Conversion. All mountains are considered basic planes. It's an enchantment.
That's great.
That's so good. That's so
Powerful.
Wall of Air. Basalt Monolith.
Wow.
That's a banger.
Weirdly enough, I think Brain Geyser is page one. Just at the
Brain
bottom.
Geyser.
It's just like $7.
Death
Where are
Ward.
the dual lands, dude?
Forest. Power Sink. Like from that guy. Hill Giant. Plains.
Scrib Sprice.
Grim Sprites.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wished so badly there was Fairy Tribal.
1/1
We
fly.
could not make it happen.
Unstable Mutation.
Cool.
Shatter.
Giant spider.
Hey, that's Thank goodness
cool.
Matt is here.
Llanowar
That's a banger.
That's my commander, baby.
That's a banger.
It's also the best Llanowar art ever.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so
cool.
good. I think.
right.
So we'll look.
I've got double wall.
Ah,
Water
there it
elemental.
is.
Finally.
Let's go.
Cheapest.
Yep. The actual worst duel. But we got there.
Well, if you don't want it.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to play it.
Oh, suddenly it's gaining a little bit of traction.
Here's all
Did
my
you get the
lands.
Ironroot Tree Folk? Oh, Dark Ritual. Nice.
Whoa, Dark Red.
Did you get Ironroot Tree Folk?
I did.
Yeah, it talks about them having sex in the flavor text.
Okay, please read that.
It does.
The mating habits of tree folk, particularly the stalwart ironwork tree folk, are truly absurd. Molasses comes to mind. Wow. It's amazing the species can survive at all given such protracted periods of mate selection, conjugation, and gestation.
Why?
Molasses comes to mind. Just think about it.
Why did they do that?
That's,
90s.
that's called good writing.
Yeah, I guess it's art.
World building.
Here's a counterspell.
340.
This is still 340?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here's Molasses comes to mind. Here's another counterspell, but not really.
Ray Elemental Blast.
That's crazy. Oh wow. Okay.
The box was pretty dry on dual lands, which are the only pulls in the revised set that anyone gives a fuck about. In terms of, like, value, that is. The revised cards, I think, are super hype, and they were a lot of fun to play. Again, there's a few more surprises throughout the opening, but that was the biggest pull, which was the Plateau dual lands. It is the worst dual land you can pull in terms of just, like, raw monetary value, but as I've said, I don't sell these cards or anything. We play them. They are for active use, and even when we're done with Box Brawl, we still put them in other decks, or that Plateau probably will just go as part of, like, the skill check collection. So it doesn't really matter the value of the card. It was still very hyped to pull it, but I would have liked to see a couple more of them.
And I, as my partner commanders, have Llanowar Elves. They don't need any explanation. And Dragon Whelp, a 4-mana 2/3 with flying, and I can pay 1 to increase its power by 1, but if I do it 3 times, or more than 3 times, it explodes.
I've got Crawworm as my commander, and it's teamed up for some Simic nonsense with Air Elemental.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a powerful card.
Nah, I'm scared of what's next.
Yep. So I've also got that naughty little Crawworm, but he's paired with Sarah Angel, who's a nice 4/4 flyer.
And Vigilance.
With Vigi, yeah.
So
Yeah, you
gross.
just conveniently left that video.
All three of you
out.
have flyers, is what you're saying.
Oh, nice.
All three of you have flyers. I have a 2-mana 2/2 that says, "Don't try to outrun one of Dominaria's grizzlies. It'll catch you, knock you down, and eat you." Of course, you could run up a tree. In that case, you'll get a nice view before it knocks the tree down and eats you. That's what it does. That's what it does. And then also, here's a Hydra with very confusing rules that gets counters and prevents damage if there's counters on it.
Nice.
Counters. Oh, you mean heads.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the
yeah. There
the
you
Oracle
go.
text says 1/1 counters, but the Oracle text is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
It's
it's
heads.
heads.
Yeah.
Heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this forest and play the Llanowar Elves.
Whoa!
Saying go.
All right. That's a really cool and clever idea to have Llanowar Elves as your commander.
Yes.
Me, I'll just cast it.
You'll
as
just
part of
rip
the
it.
99. Yeah. Pass turn.
Everyone's going so fast. I hate to break that synergy. So how about for no lands, I'll do an Ornithopter.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
But
All right.
what if I one up everyone? I'll play a land. And what if I make this Ornithopter a nice 1/4 flyer?
Wow. Wow.
The fuck?
Holy.
I have lightning bolt. I can't kill it.
I pass.
What the fuck?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'll just play a mountain pass.
Crazy opening hand.
Untap.
For one, I'll play a little Dryads, a 1/1 with Forest Walk.
I'm dead in 20 turns.
All right. This time, this is getting through. Here's a 1/4 in the air at you, True. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You thought you were so safe. I passed.
it was.
Your
I thought it was
ivory
My
tower.
turn. I'll play this forest. I'm going to bring out the grizzly bear. Say go.
We're going to play a forest and do a double blue and 3 to bring in my commander.
my.
It's Air Elemental. Woo!
Wow, the style
Yes.
synergy. Holy.
Look at that. And then I will pass the turn.
All right.
It's a 4/4.
Oh, yes.
There's the 4/4.
Pretty good.
There she blows. Can't play anything. We're going to combat. Beep, beep. Probably shouldn't leave myself wide open again, so we'll spread this around. Drew's turn. Forest.
Wait.
Pass.
It's awesome.
Damn, that board is so wide.
Damn. He's certainly got guys.
Look how wide my board is. Ooh. Tap the Dwarven Warrior, making the Dragon Whelp unblockable. Prof, here's 2.
Sure.
Boom.
Here's 2 you.
I'm going to take 4
17.
back. I'll pass.
Oh, you're going to take 4 back. Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. Playing Island. What do we got here? That's 6. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're going to spend 6 for a Clockwork Beast. I'm going to put 7. I spent 6 to put 7 counters. +1/+0 counters on Clockwork Beast.
Wow.
After Beast attacks or blocks a creature, I discard a counter. So that's when you discard
Oh my
counters.
gosh, the language.
During the upkeep phase, controller may buy back lost counters for 1 per counter. This taps Beast.
Wow.
Now, it's called Clockwork Beast, not Beast, but I think we know what they mean.
Yeah.
Attack you for 4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking 4.
Everyone's getting their commander out. I'll join in the fun. Sarah Angel. Okay, what the hell, guys?
I said ooh.
Oh, okay.
You were saying ooh.
All right.
I said boo, but then I quickly
Autocorrect.
Yeah.
You said boo, Ryan. Here's 1.
All right, well, I earned it.
I pass.
Okay, in my upkeep, I'm going to pay triple red to grow another head on my Hydra. Wow.
Whoa.
Damn, what
Now
the
it's
hell?
a 2/2. I'll draw. All right, I'm going to play a mountain. I've spent all my mana growing a head, so I pass.
Okay.
That was fucking awesome.
Untap. And before Sarah Angel starts picking us apart bit by bit, Ryan, I'm going to send an unblockable Dragon Whelp at you in the air.
Sounds good. It gets caught in the lightning.
Oh, nice.
That's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. Then I'll tap 6 and cast Dragon Whelp.
Damn, he danced around.
Did it
pretty
again.
good.
I'm pretty good. I'll pass.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. That's pretty cool, to be honest with you. All right. So here's the question. I'm wondering, Charlie, if you would trade your commander for my commander, if you'd let my commander through. I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering. I don't know that I want to do that trade. So what's going to happen is the Clockwork Beast is going to come at you, Charlie.
Damn, I like the other one better.
And the Air Elemental is going to come.
Whoa!
Yeah.
We just talked about how we don't need to have any aerial combat. I thought that was. Oh,
I
okay.
didn't think that was official.
Fine.
7 is coming at me.
That's just 7.
I'll take that 4, sure.
Damn.
That's a hell of a swing.
That's a meat stick. I'm just gonna take. I'm gonna take the 7.
You're going to take the
I'm
7?
gonna take the 7.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, a little fast and loose, but I'm gonna take the 7.
All right. Second main, I'm going to tap 3 islands
Oh no.
and 4 green. And we're going to bring out what might as well be a wall. It's the Island Fish Jasconis. This is a 6/8.
Oh, what the hell? We're so cooked.
I must pay triple blue during my upkeep phase to untap it. And it cannot attack unless the person it's attacking has islands. So I can't attack you
okay.
because it's an island fish. How's it going to get to you if you
true.
don't have islands?
That's true.
So it might as well just be a wall. And to untap it, I'd have to pay 3. It's
a really
if
good
you
wall.
ever destroyed all my islands, I would have to bury the island fish. Oh, and my beast does lose a counter from attacking.
Discard the counter, yeah.
I've discarded a counter.
Good.
It's in the graveyard.
Okay. I'll bring out my other commander. Coral Worm is here. Yay! We're going to combat. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Drew's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge problem.
Yes. All right. This is definitely coming at Prof. This is Forest Walk. That's got to get in. This is going to come at you, Drew.
Okay.
Vigi, I think.
Oh, Vigi, right. I keep forgetting that this is
Yep,
the
I'll
archaic
take
Vigi.
4. I'm down to 6. Ooh. Most threatening 6 health player at the table.
You pass?
That's all.
You can pump it once That's
Yes,
not
correct.
Enough. That's
I can
not
pump it
enough.
once.
That's not enough. I'm coming at you.
That's correct.
Because you came at me.
Yeah.
And then the Clockwork Beast is still coming at you, Charlie.
All right. This time I will not let that hit. So I'm going to throw the heroic ornithopter under it.
Sure.
I will cast fog.
I still lose I still lose a counter.
go, fog.
Yeah.
Thanks, Drew.
Yes.
All right. Second main. Let's go ahead and we're going to put... I think this should be interesting. I'm going to put regeneration on the Clockwork Beast.
Oh, nice.
So it can just steamroll.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
The beast.
Pass.
Wow. All right.
A little bit of a lightning bolt. Ooh. And that would be good for like an unblockable guy. The problem is, I think we really need this one, so I'm going to kill Tim.
So here's the thing. Hang on. Before you do that, though, you realize that if you bolted the Sarah Angel on my turn, I could tap to do 1 damage to him and get rid of the Sarah.
Sarah Angel.
But I can
And then I could swing in and attack Charlie.
I can instantly recast my Sarah Angel.
Not
But he would
instantly.
get an attack off.
Not instantly at sorcery speed.
He would get the
So
attack
think
on
about
it.
the
These are all
usefulness.
good
And
points.
then I would not be attacking you. I would be attacking Charlie.
I have no good deal for you, and I
That's
just
a pretty
attacked
good
you.
deal.
And if you do that, we can't beat him.
You come to the Kingdom of Lightning looking for politics after making a deal with the man who's using my grizzly bear against me.
That's so
I absolutely will not be doing that because it would be a better play.
I'm going to kill you first.
Yeah, I
Yes.
assume you will.
I think that was going to happen
Tim will
anyway.
eat the lightning, and
All right.
I will block your 3/3. I'm going to eat my bear, so I'll take 2.
Okay, I'll do.
You know what's amazing is I know what every card on the table does.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's because half of them don't do
I
anything.
also don't see Hatsune Miku. Like, where's Hatsune Miku in this set?
I know, right?
I don't get it.
It's weird.
No
Where's
Ninja
the-
Turtles.
that's
No
so
Walking
weird.
Dead.
I know
No
Ninja.
Power Ranger.
Yeah.
No Dwight from The Office.
I know.
My voice cracked when saying
Which one of these is the Transformer again? I forget.
Tier.
Imagine hitting him for
I
one.
think what I'm about to do is going to change the
Oh,
board
you're
state.
counting. You're counting. It better not be Armageddon.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not.
Oh,
It is something
Oh,
different.
no.
though. Aladdin's ring.
Oh, we're fucked.
All right, read this out for the class.
So I can pay 8 and tap it to do 4 damage to any target.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yeah, my favorite part about this is you just paid 8. What does it do now?
Literally nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, you have to pay 6.
That,
Yeah,
thing,
nothing.
that thing can smoke a Sarah Angel or an
can.
air elemental.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Let's go to combat.
I'm going to lightning bolt Charlie
Yeah, boy.
in the head.
Okay.
Untap.
If only I
All right.
had that prevent damage from a sword.
Straw. Oh, that's would have been a great card to have 100 years ago.
100 years ago, they'd be like, wow,
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa.
The hell? It's a written word.
you religion. They had writing. They had writing 100 years
That's
ago.
impossible. That'll be the end of the spoilers here. This was just kind of like a little montage of some of the bigger moments from the brawl. I highly recommend you check out the full thing. It was so much fun. Thanks to Prof for coming down for it. What a special box to open. Some 1994 Magic actually played better than a lot of the sets we've done in the series from like the early 2000s. Anyway, you probably won't see a revised box opened again. They are very rare to find, and the ones that are out there are extremely expensive. And also, nobody fucking plays with the cards. Legitimately, just like in Pokemon, when vintage gets opened, it's for the sake of collecting it or like reselling. Very rarely do people play with the cards. We do. I think it's very special and it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, just wanted to yap about it and show you some moments from it. That's about it. See ya. Can't resist the urge to talk about this. It's diabolical and just an abomination to what they deem justice here. It's a story out of San Francisco about an 80-year-old woman who was driving 70 in a residential area. She was zooming, reaching ridiculous speeds, like she was trying to travel back in time or something in the DeLorean, going 70 miles per hour, crashes into a bus stop, killing an entire family of 4 who were on their way to the zoo. And she's not going to prison for this. Her defense? I don't know what happened. Car just took off. And I guess that was enough.
We learned the victims, Diego and Matilda, were celebrating their wedding anniversary and were headed to the San Francisco Zoo with their 2 young children before they were killed. They were waiting at the bus stop when 80-year-old Mary Fong Lau crashed into them. Matilda's mom, brother, and Diego's sister spoke to the judge about the pain and trauma they have endured and described Lau's request to reduce the felony charges to misdemeanors as insulting.
It is insulting. It's despicable. The gall to even put forth this notion of reducing these charges to misdemeanors, that's unthinkable. The fucking shamelessness here is, it's sickening. She massacred a family of 4 blasting through a bus stop at 70 miles per hour without even an attempt to hit the brakes or swerve or honk the horn. What? And then she's saying she doesn't know what happened? Like, what? Did she hit a fucking banana peel like it's Mario Kart and just lost control or something? This is craziness. And the news segment I'm showing you is a little older. The most recent update, even though the judge did deny that request, ultimately what happened is she's getting a few years probation and is banned from driving. She's not going to prison or anything. And also, on top of that, she's also being accused of hiding millions in real estate assets because she's also facing a wrongful death lawsuit from the family. So, according to the information here, she fraudulently transferred her ownership of 2 San Francisco homes in a commercial building to Nevada-based LLC corporations in August, which was not permissible under state law to transfer the property while facing the wrongful death lawsuit. This new lawsuit exposes an intentional scheme by Ms. Lau to place assets beyond the reach of grieving families seeking justice, showing an unwillingness by Ms. Lau to take accountability for her actions, the attorney for the victim's family stated. Lau's attorney, Seth, said his client reorganized her property holdings because she was advised to do so after meeting with legal, financial, medical, and mental health consultants after the crash. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Listen, Miss Lau, I know this is a very traumatic period for you. You're the real victim here in all of this, and I think it's important for the healing process for you to hide all of your multi-million-dollar assets right now. It's going to make you feel a lot better, trust me. It's horseradish. This is just very clear baloney here. She is trying to hide those assets so that way they cannot get them. She is very wealthy. She is very wealthy. And this feels like a case of her being so wealthy that she's above the law. She killed a family of 4 with her dangerous, carefree driving, hitting a bus stop at 70 miles per hour in a residential zone.
Lau's attorney asked the judge to consider her clean record and the fact that her husband died in a vehicle crash when she was 25 years old, becoming a widow with 3 children. But the judge denied that request.
Judge, listen, there may be 4 corpses right there, 2 of which very young children. That's bad stuff. Big thumbs down moment, I get that. But have you considered that this is the first time I've done that? Can we put that into the equation here? What do you think? Oh, also, here's something entirely unrelated about a tragedy that I've experienced, back at 25 years old with my husband. Can we consider that as well? Like, that has nothing to fucking do with any of this. You killed a family of 4. It doesn't matter what's happened previously to that. There needs to be punishment there. There needs to be justice for the family. It's such a slimy, weaselly tactic. And then she goes a step above that by hiding multi-million-dollar assets so that way the grieving family can't get their paws on it, so that way it can be protected from them, so that way she never faces any real punishment. A few years probation and she can't drive anymore. That's justice?
In the courtroom, the victim's family members questioned why Lau didn't hit the brakes or honk as she sped 70 miles an hour in the residential area where she crashed into this family. Lau's attorney said she was headed to her brother's house to take him soup and couldn't explain why the vehicle, quote, took off.
Oh, I see. It's like that scene in that Fast and Furious movie where they hacked the cars and just fucking took control, assumed direct command of the vehicle, and forced it to go 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, and then crashed into the bus stop, killing a family of 4. This is actually her defense, by the way. She doesn't know how it happened. Oh, geez. Well, if she doesn't know how it happened, what are we supposed to do about it? How are we supposed to know what really went on here? Maybe it wasn't even her fault. Maybe this was like in Mario 64, that speedrunning phenomenon where a potential cosmic ray flipped a bit and caused that, one-time glitch to occur. Maybe that's what happened to her vehicle with the sun phenomenon, forcing it to go 70 miles per hour out of nowhere. If she doesn't know what happened, then what are we supposed to do about it? This is such a strong defense. we're powerless here. The real justice is making sure, she gets 3 years probation and the grieving family gets nothing.
That if I was putting myself in that place, I would never take this case to trial. I don't think a jury's going to respond to an explanation that I don't know what happened, so I killed 4 people.
Huh. It almost sounds silly when you put it that way. The defense of, I don't know what happened, now 4 people are dead. Can I go home now? It's almost like that's fucking stupid. And yet, it's worked. I guess she had enough money where anything would work, so now she just gets off with the tiniest slap on the wrist imaginable. The Superior Court judge in the case indicated Lau will likely get probation and no prison time after factoring in her age, remorse, and lack of criminal history. The judge said she would likely serve 2 to 3 years probation and be banned from driving. James, the attorney of the victim's relatives, said they were appalled at this development in the crash where a single family, including 2 children ages 2 and under, were killed, saying, a no-contest plea avoids the moral accountability that this case demands. Yeah, I agree. That is avoiding the accountability this case demands. Also, factor in her hiding assets worth millions of dollars for the sole purpose of trying to protect them from a family that is suing her for the wrongful death of an entire family of 4 that she has killed. It's actual craziness to me. It's actual craziness to me. So you factored in her age and remorse, which, by the way, I don't really buy the whole remorse thing. Someone that's that remorseful, probably not immediately looking to hide multi-million-dollar assets off rip. That's just my hunch, right? That's how I feel. Like, if you're really remorseful, you're probably not immediately then bouncing to put your fucking real estate and properties into LLC shell companies. I would think, but who am I to say? As for the age statement here, her being elderly, I think the attorney said it well. He argued that if the defendant gets away with probation without prison time, that it would send a concerning message to the public that an older driver can get away with killing a family in a car crash and simply get a slap on the wrist. Age cannot become a shield against meaningful consequences when the conduct constitutes gross negligence and results in catastrophic loss. I agree 100%. That's a big amen moment from me right there. Just because she's a fucking octogenarian doesn't mean that all of a sudden she can get away with killing a family of 4 with no consequences. How does that make sense? So once you reach a certain age, you're just immune to consequence because you're just already old? What the fuck? Lau's family had urged the court for home detention and meaningful community and service as the punishment that fits the crime here. The crime of slaying an entire family of 4 through your reckless driving? That's what they thought justice looked like. The meaningful community service, by the way, I'm sure would be very, tough stuff. Picking up trash on the side of the road. But I'm sure, given her age, she's 80 years old, it probably wouldn't be that much. Maybe like 1 or 2 Twix wrappers and then call it a day. I mean, that's a hard day's work right there, and that's really setting her on the straight and narrow. That's really letting her think about what's happened here. It's just insanity. It's actual insanity. She killed an entire family of 4. She has no real defense of it. It was reckless driving, going 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, hitting a bus stop with not even an attempt to brake or avoid it or even honk, which says to me that she was truly not paying any attention at all. She was extremely zoned out, maybe on her phone, maybe preoccupied with something else, I don't know. But it is reckless driving, and it led to the death of an entire family. And then she goes and then she hides multi-million-dollar assets in order to try and protect those, it seems, and she is getting away with it. No real consequence. How is that justice? It's fucking absurd, man. It's insanity. I had to yap about this once I learned about it. It just blows my mind. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. So my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And we're all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically what you do is you cock it and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flint lock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifle barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool. He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch. Put it up here like so. And then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. We'll push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. And you want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great.
You straighten that target.
So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that like super clean, precise hole at the top and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without like the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target where, of course, it like blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, you know, I just rough set the sights, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
Yeah. Hey, I was lucky to even hit the friggin' targets.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is, yeah, 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause with how he's going to be like, this is 140.
This is 5,000 grams.
Gonna knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2-D2 scene on the screen as he shoots.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
The front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there but the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of
No.
gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it? There was no kick. No kick at all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh, yeah.
You missed.
Oh, no.
Totally missed.
I felt like I was right.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, you got it right there.
Oh,
You
bullseye.
Yeah,
On the little target.
I never. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello. Right there. You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
Is that really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not.
Where were you aiming?
Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, miss small? All right, I'm going to shoot in that 30 square feet.
If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just don't want to.
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, you have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. I'll tell you exactly
You
where I'm
don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little
Well,
target.
you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one. Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey.
That's a great shot.
Check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you gonna aim, Kelsey?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't
else wants
hit
to
'em all.
try this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
That is insane that you built that by hand.
It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's
or-
just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Right side.
Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What?
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh, yeah, that's a scary snake.
That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not
Oh,
a...
don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
water moccasin or a
Yep.
copperhead or something.
I was gonna say copperhead.
Well, that scared me.
What you got us?
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm gonna... let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah,
snake
you tell
that
us what
was.
we just saw.
I think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the
It looked cool though.
I thought I
really cool.
I thought I was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake.
It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming. You know, that Dark Tower shit. He who aims with his hand. You know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look right there.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
how every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically just...
Yeah, how about that?
Oddly, like, finger hole
Yeah,
shaped.
I look like. Big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing
Hey.
them out. This was fun. This was a
It
lot of
was
fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
But how guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. What note was that? These pipes can hit the most rare of musical notes. And speaking of music, I got some music for your ears right now. I got a wonderful melody. You ever heard of AI? Because, man, do we have some great news on that front. AMC's getting experimental. They're putting their grubby little paws into the AI short films cookie jar, and they are going to be screening AI short films at select theaters before trailers, with potential plans to expand nationwide. Which is exactly what everyone's been begging for. Anyone who's been to the cinema over the last 2 years has probably heard this time and time again. Man, I wish I could watch some AI-generated shorts before watching my movie. And finally, they're delivering. Better late than never, I always say. Now, if I may be so bold, and far be it from me to question the galaxy brain smarties over there at the ol' AMC think tank, but what the fuck are you smoking?
Like, this has got to be an actual, mythical crack pipe that they're passing around over there to think that this is a good idea. If you really wanted to ham fist shorts into the cinema experience before a movie plays, why would you take the plunge with AI shorts to begin with? Something that is universally hated. The only people that like AI animated shorts are like actual single-digit smooth brain worms that clap like seals at anything that makes noise. Like, this is so fucking stupid. If you're really hell-bent on bringing shorts into the theater before the movie plays, why not just play actual shorts created by real people and real talent? Like, it's not like shorts are a new thing. These have existed for as long as cameras have. So this isn't some brand new, unheard of thing only made possible thanks to the power of AI. They could have done this whenever they wanted to in the past. And they did dip their toes in occasionally with shorts that play before movies. But I just don't understand why now they want to make this big push for it. My speculation is they're probably getting paid oodles of clams for it, and every single industry is trying desperately to suckle from the titty of AI and anything even AI adjacent. That's my speculation. But I'd like to take this a step further and say that I think the idea of putting even more bloat before your movie plays is terrible. I feel like the people at AMC don't actually watch movies. They don't actually go to the theater and watch movies. I have timed every single experience I have had at the cinema for the last 2 years. So when I sit down, I time from the moment the trailers start to the moment the movie I paid for starts. And the average duration of trailers is 21 minutes, but it sometimes gets as high as 30 minutes. So you can wait up to 30 minutes after the posted time for your movie to finally see the movie. It turns what should be only like, 2.5 hour experience into an all-day fucking affair because you're just held hostage watching shit that you don't really care about seeing. And now they want to add even more to that. That blows my mind. That is so tone deaf and so out of touch. Now, to give you a little more information here, it looks like the AI short that's going to be playing at select theaters is called Thanksgiving Day, an intergalactic tale about a bear and a platypus, and it just won Frame Forward AI Animated Film Festival. Very prestigious. That is coveted. People go their whole lives striving to achieve that accomplishment, being the best AI animated short at Frame Forward. And one of the prizes for winning here is a 2-week national theatrical run for it. And looking at what the experts have to say, this one is a must-watch. This short might be better than the movie that I'm paying tickets for. Thanksgiving Day is a masterclass in original storytelling, a wildly inventive journey that balances sharp satire with unexpected emotional payoff, proving that bold imagination with the tools of AI complement the future of animated filmmaking. That's according to Joel Rudman, president and head of studio for Moose. And then, of course, jurist Neil Paris from Google's 100 Zeros, whatever the fuck that is, what the hell? I feel like I just read an Xbox Live gamer tag. Said, Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative... Jesus, it made me dyslexic. Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative and funny short showcasing AI's ability to unlock imagination for animated storytelling. Thank God, it's fully unlocked now. Before, it was forbidden. You couldn't tell stories without AI. But thankfully, those are prehistoric times now. That's ancient. Obsolete. Now, I decided to take a peek at Frame Forward's little trailer here, and I got to be blessed with a little bit of footage of Thanksgiving Day, and wow, I gotta tell you, they're underselling how good it looks.
The future of filmmaking is unfolding now. Welcome to the Frame Forward AI Film Contest.
That's the future right there that you're staring down the pipe of, and the future is looking bright. I always find it fucking adorable that they say directed by or credited as a director for typing in the sentences to the AI generation tools. That is super cute. That's me calling myself a chef every time I make myself a bowl of cereal. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping on the AMC stuff for now because there's one other thing I want to talk about, and it's something Matt sent me.
Apparently there is a big video going around about AI camera tools that are being used at like a coffee shop to track the efficiency of their workers as well as monitor behavior of the customers, which is finally some good news here and a positive implementation of AI because people are always demanding more Big Brother breathing down our necks. So this is great, so that way customers know that they are secure being constantly monitored by the eye in the sky, and employees can be happy knowing that the corporation is watching them every second of every day to ensure their productivity is high enough so that way they can train AI to replace them in the future. Now here's the clip that's apparently been going around. You can see Anna's got 20 cups over there, Elena 10 cups, and you also have the time that the customers have been there, I suppose, on their computers, fiddling around, sitting around. And the idea here is, from a corporation perspective, they can look at what employees are working real hard and no doubt reward them. You know, companies do love to do that. But on the flip side of that, unfortunately, you know, Olga over there's only got 3 cups. So maybe they're thinking about letting her go. Maybe they'll fire her because her cup efficiency isn't what it should be compared to someone like Anna, who's really putting her best foot forward here. Now, buckle your seatbelt because things get a little weird and wacky here. So it's referred to as NeuroSpot Barista Staff Control and Customer Monitoring Module, something like that. And when you look up NeuroSpot to try and get information on this technology, you find this, a speech therapy platform called NeuroSpot. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find this exact same video posted onto Reddit 2 years ago with people speculating that it's not real and it's actually just a bunch of baloney and it's more of like a conceptual piece, not like an actual tool that's being implemented or anything like that. But then when you go a step further, it was like the 3rd page of Google for me, I found this website. It's sparksnet.com/blog, NeuroSpot CCTV AI video analytics, turning surveillance into smart strategy. And this site it's peculiar. Something fishy is afoot here. So, when you read it, it's very clear that a lot of this feels ChatGPT generated, not legitimate. But then when you go down here for like how NeuroSpot works, brains behind the lens. At the center of NeuroSpot is video intelligence powered by AI. Here's what it can do. Facial recognition, not who came into the building, but real-time monitoring of attendance, VIP customer identification, or access control. Object and behavior detection, spot a weapon, detect suspicious loitering, alert on a fall, or identify someone entering a restricted area. Audio analytics, hearing a breaking glass or raised voice, NeuroSpot listens and alerts you. Predictive analysis, it doesn't just show you what's happening, it tells you what might happen next based on historical trends, actually doing like a fucking Minority Report thing there. Natural language interaction, want to ask, show me all incidents from last Tuesday between 2 to 4 p.m., NeuroSpot understands and responds. This is not a watch and wait tool, it's a proactive partner in your day-to-day operations. So basically, you get a fucking Tony Stark Jarvis. And then down here is where things, I think, go real cattywampus real quick. NeuroSpot is not just for big tech firms or high-security buildings, it's smart analytics catered to a wide range of industries. Hospitals. Track table occupancy in real time. Track table occupancy in real time? Like, what, in the cafeteria of a hospital? Okay, maybe. Monitor plate presentation and cleanliness. Again, that feels like it's not the most pressing concern when it comes to hospitals. I don't think you'd care that much to be checking the cameras looking for plate cleanliness in the hospital cafeteria. Analyze customer mood and football. Is that important in hospitals? The customer's mood and football? Also, let's assume that this is a big misunderstanding, a big typo. They meant to put this in the sports bar section for why people would want the NeuroSpot CCTV AI tool. How is it analyzing football? What is it analyzing? Is it going to give you like probability in order for you to help make educated polymarket gambling? Like, what do you mean it's analyzing football? I'm very confused on that. I truly can't understand what that could possibly be. And then, of course, they're pitching it in schools so you can track all of the kids. You can even detect bullying.
and unusual student behavior. Wow. Then back into healthcare, separate from hospitals. This is for patient activity, fall detection, PPE compliance, wait times, ensuring staff are following hygiene. You can use it in warehousing, banking, and retailing. So why are businesses devoted to NeuroSpot? Are they devoted to NeuroSpot? Because again, I was struggling to find any evidence of it even existing. I couldn't find anything to confirm that it was real. And this website is odd to begin with. From SparkNets, this whole thing just already doesn't even feel legit. This feels so shady. I don't understand. And like, I haven't fully navigated it, but products, when you click products, it doesn't work. When you go to blogs, it just takes you to like these generic garbage things about, helping people understand health better without replacing doctors, like how AI is, working in tandem with doctors. The whole thing just is so weird. About Us also doesn't work, which bodes really well. And then Home, which takes you to the an innovative AI agency spiel that they dump on you here. I'm really skeptical if the NeuroSpot is actually a real thing, because I just don't really trust this, so I don't even think that what is in that video, what's presented in that video, is a real tool. Feels like it's just a fake piece, especially when you really stop to look at it. Why? Here, let me go full cam. Why would the tool have the squiggly lines to track customer and employee movement? That's fucking worthless, because if you're running this 24/7, at the end of the day, every day, the screen is going to be nothing but squiggly lines from all the people that have been moving around. You're not going to get any valuable data out of that in the first place. I just don't think it's real. But what I do know is real, and what I can find evidence on is, and this dates back like a decade from some of the stuff I was reading, some bigger corporations at like their warehouse spaces and such do have tools that they use to monitor employee productivity, I guess for the sake of trying to find who's, being productive enough and who needs to be fired for slacking, that kind of thing. We measure their productivity so that way we can always be firing the ones that don't live up to our standards. Doesn't everyone want to help corporation by being productive? This is for your own good, so now we have to track every single thing you do. Couldn't help but notice through our tools that your heart rate never exceeded 120 BPM. That demonstrates a lack of enthusiasm and excitement. It seems like this job's not stimulating enough for you. Take a hike. You fucking scram. Get out of here. So, I do find evidence that some companies have tools to monitor employee behavior. I haven't found evidence that it's these tools, the NeuroSpot and what we see there. But I also am 100% certain that companies will be looking to integrate AI into their monitoring to collect data on customers and to track their employees and to train AI off of their employees so that way they can replace them with AI to save them money on their bottom line long term. That I know is coming if it's not here already. I just am not convinced that it's the NeuroSpot. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that a little bit as well since Matt put it on my radar. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. When I heard they were making an It show, I kind of had the same gut reaction everyone else did, which was to write it off and just pretty much assume it was going to be, at best, mid. But as I've always said, even things that I'm pretty confident I will hate, I will always give a fair shake to and approach with an open mind, willing to be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. And in the case of It, Welcome to Derry, the TV show, I was pleasantly surprised. I was wrong, for the most part. I don't think it's like a perfect show or anything, but it is significantly better than I would have expected it to be. Now, I'm going to be getting into spoilers, as I always do these days, so this is your fair warning. This show added a lot of things to it that I think on paper sound fucking stupid. Like actual crack pipe smoking dumb ideas that if I just read like a plot synopsis for this series and saw it in there, I would giggle at it and just immediately wipe my ass with this show. But actually watching it, it shines. In particular, I'm talking about Halloran. Halloran is a powerful psychic with the military who they're using as
fundamentally like a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 UAV kill streak. He is a psychic that they are trying to use as a compass to target and locate it, the crash site of this entity. So that way they can use it to stop conflict across the globe by just instilling debilitating fear in them. They want to capture it and use it, and they're using Halloran to find it. And he has psychic abilities, in the truest sense of the word. He literally does have psychic abilities. I mean, not to like Mob Psycho level or anything, but he can poke around in people's brain. He can incapacitate people with his mind. He can see into them. He can like astral project himself. And I would have not expected something like that for it. But man, it works really well in this show. And I think it's because of how good of a character Halloran himself is. He is a very interesting character, a complex, deep character that we learn a lot about, spend a lot of time with, and see do some really cool shit. So it worked. Like, I would have never expected it to, but it did. Another thing I would have never expected to work really well was having it not always be Pennywise. Because the most iconic part about this entity is the Pennywise element to him, especially with Bill Skarsgård being Pennywise. He does such a phenomenal job as that character. Well, in Welcome to Derry, this entity is not Pennywise at all, really. You don't see Pennywise in the way that you've seen him in the past until like episode 6 at the end. For the most part, it is doing all kinds of other things to scare and kill its victims in Derry. And it works really well. It is brutal, especially the end of the first episode. That was probably one of the most shocking episode premieres I've ever seen, because it like lulls you into this false sense about where the show's going and how it's going to play out. Like, oh, we've been down this road before. It's going to basically be like the losers versus Pennywise again, but this time a little deeper in the past. Okay, snooze fest. And then the end of that episode hits, and it's just a fucking slaughter of everyone you thought was safe, that everyone you thought was going to be a main character just dead, brutalized, like annihilated. It was surprising, but it wasn't shock for the sake of shock, because that becomes an integral part of where the series goes from there. That is like its main motivator, because then you follow two characters that survived it and how, as a result of those deaths, Ronnie, one of the characters that survives it, her father's being framed for the kids dying there. And Lily, she's had her own traumatic experiences, and people think she's crazy, so no one believes her and she can't tell people, and she has to find a way to try and prove she's not crazy, and so that way she doesn't get sent back to, Arkham Asylum. It's like a really interesting direction Welcome to Derry goes that I didn't expect it to at all. And it works really well. I think they are very creative with how it terrorizes and kills in this series. Now, with that being said, sometimes the way that it terrorizes and kills looks like absolute dog shit. There are moments in this series that the CGI is just embarrassing. In particular, episode 3. Holy shit, the entire cemetery section where they're trying to take a photo of the entity to prove that Ronnie's father wasn't the one responsible and that there is a monster that's killing kids. And they go to a cemetery to try and provoke it, and then they end up getting ganked by a bunch of ghosts and chased around by them. And my god, it looks terrible. It reminded me of the early 2000s Haunted Mansion movie with Eddie Murphy. Visuals to that level. It was really awful looking. The visuals completely ate shit throughout that entire sequence. And not just there are multiple other instances throughout the series where the CGI just looks super half-baked and unfinished, as if they forgot to texture it but then ran out of time, so they just said, fuck it, do it live, ship it. There are moments where the CG is just very, very bad. I also think there are quite a few times where the writing is also atrocious. For the most part, I think the show has solid writing, especially when it comes to some of its main characters, but there are other times where it feels like what they ended up, just printing was placeholder. It feels like there's no way this is how they actually wanted it to come across. For example, I think the most egregious moment of baffling writing choices is in their mission in the sewers. So they've located an artifact that they want to track down, And so the military does a mission in the sewers, and they send like an elite team in there in order to find it. And they're being led by a member of like the secret organization tasked with keeping the being under control so it doesn't just, run rampant. So they have this big team together. They're going through the sewers, and they are very familiar with the entity at this point. They know that it wants to separate, isolate, and kill. They know that anything they see in the sewers that they can't explain, they have to kill, they have to shoot, because it is most likely it about to attack and kill them. Like, they know everything about this. The only thing they don't know is the landscape of the sewers, but that doesn't matter, because what ends up happening is when they go in the sewers, pretty much instantly, they all just start splitting off. So, like, they're walking through the sewers and it's a single file line, and you would expect that they'd be in, like, constant contact with each other, like, talking, so that way they know everyone's still in line, or at least, like, turning around and checking every now and then. But that's not how it works at all in the sewer. What ends up happening is, the second that they have to, like, drop into some water, they, like, the first couple that do so, then, like, push a whole mile ahead before the rest do. So, like, they are now completely separated. So they're so far away from the group now that they can't even hear, like, screams from them or anything. So then, like, the next wave of the line goes through the water, and then Halloran gets to the water, and he gets pulled under, and the two guys behind him saw it happen, so they're like, oh, what the fuck just happened? We gotta find Halloran. He just got, like, yanked under. Where are you? Start saying words. Scream. Like that kind of thing. Scream if you love it. Come on, just anything. And nobody ahead of them can hear any of this, like the splashing around, the screaming, the yelling, because they are now so far ahead, and they haven't checked at all if anyone's still with them. So these two guys are looking for Halloran. These two guys are now isolated, so they get ambushed by it. It is like the craziest shit, because they already know that it is there, and they know that it wants to separate and isolate them. Why wouldn't they at least be turning around to make sure everyone's still there? It's like the quickest and simplest action to take, but it doesn't happen. So then, Hanlon and Polly, who are characters that are very important, we've spent a decent chunk of time with them, they happen to notice that the others are missing, so they then go back to look for them without informing the two ahead of them. So there's just never any communication, so the two ahead of them continue pushing forward without knowing that Hanlon and Polly have left. Hanlon and Polly go look for them. Now they're isolated, and now they're getting ambushed by it. Like, it's just so fucking stupid, because all it would take is just like a simple, like, sound off, like, hey, you guys still there? Or even just like one of these, like looking over their shoulder. And then they'd be able to immediately recognize whether or not they're all still in a group or separated. And because of that lack of communication or lack of really doing anything sensible, the whole thing goes tits up, and everything is, out of control now. Like, that was just so fucking silly to me, because it just felt so unnatural. Up until this point, most of the characters, I would say, were making mostly smart decisions, at least on, like, how they handle certain things. But in the sewers, everyone got hit with, like, a stupid beam. Like, I don't understand what went so wrong there. Like, it feels like that would be, like, they knew what they wanted to do with have this mission going wrong in the sewers and all of that, but they didn't know a way of doing it other than just having every character just all of a sudden become like a fucking lobotomite. And in that same episode with the sewers, Paulie does a heroic sacrifice where Hanlon believes that he just saw his son in the sewers, but that doesn't make any sense, because why would his son be there? And we had just seen moments before he had saw, like, something else that wasn't actually there. So the idea is Hanlon is now just going to shoot his son because he thinks it's it. But Paulie notices, no, that's actually his son in the sewers. So he, like, jumps in front of the bullet, sacrificing himself and saving Hanlon's son. That was really a fucking stupid way of killing off Paulie, because he noticed immediately that his son was actually there. It's not it. And he was going to act immediately. You saw him look to Hanlon, and he still had quite a bit of time. I understand it's in slow motion, but he still had enough time to jump in front of the bullet. All he had to do was just hit his gun up. He was right next to him. All he had to do was just push his gun up. Like, it would have been actually significantly faster, and it would have been a lot safer for everyone, too, to just push his gun up or push his gun down, instead of just, like, throw himself in front of the bullet. I thought that was just, like, a really lazy way of killing him off, and I do not think that sacrifice hit as hard as I think they wanted it to. And there's a few other notable examples I could pull from for writing that I really just don't think landed, but
there's no point in just going through each one of them. I just think there were quite a few instances where the writing really floundered, but like I said, for the most part, I think they did a good job narratively and especially with the characters. It's just there are moments that had me kind of roll my eyes a little bit. But I would like to mention one more thing that I didn't like too much, and it does still kind of tie into the writing. When they're going through the explanation for the genesis of it, I just thought that was a little silly. Like, not in the way that it was presented. So basically what happens when we're learning about the origins of it, it's Hanlon who has infiltrated the mind of one of the members of the secret organization that keeps it contained. Well, contained is real loosey-goosey. It runs wild. It still does kill a ton of people, but they write it off as like acceptable losses as part of the cycle. But anyway, he's inside of that individual's mind, and he is seeing the past where when he was a kid, his aunt had asked him to recite the story of the Galoo, which is something that was a children's tale that they were all told, but it is true. The Galoo is it. And it's basically the story of how an evil spirit crash landed on Earth in a falling star, and the impact was so great that the falling star split, and thus its cage was broken, and it could, go out and kill now because it was no longer contained. And I don't mind any of that. Like, that's all cool, actually. But what it boils down to at the end, though, is that pieces of that falling star they took and turned into, like, a dagger in order to fight it. And they turned it into these artifacts that are used to keep it afraid of going past the artifacts. So that way it stays in the Western wood. And I just didn't love that. I really just didn't like the idea of having, like, just, this Excalibur it weapon and these very powerful artifacts they buried in the ground to keep them locked in there. I don't know. That didn't sit super right with me. I always preferred more of the mystery of it as opposed to it now kind of boiling down to, like, it's a Marvel villain that they can fight with this weapon. I didn't love that direction as all. Not the biggest deal in the world because the show is still very solid. Like, I did enjoy Welcome to Derry far more than I expected to, and it has an absolute banger ending, and I'm very curious where they're going to go further with this now. Overall, I really was surprised by how entertaining the show was. So, it was a nice pleasant surprise being wrong on this show. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Occasionally I get some really interesting emails, and a couple months ago I got a crazy one out of the blue. It was a couple reaching out from Australia with a once-in-a-lifetime collection, and I mean that legitimately. What they had is something that pretty much nobody has anymore. And they wanted to talk to me about helping them get it graded and sold because in Australia they were having a really hard time over the last couple of years. They had a nearly complete set of alpha cards from Magic the Gathering. Even if you know nothing about Magic the Gathering, you have probably heard of the Alpha Black Lotus. It is one of the most expensive cards in the world. Only 1,100 of them were ever printed, and if it grades it a 10, they have sold for millions of dollars in the past, but even graded all the way down to a 6, they have sold for life-changing amounts of money, and this couple, they had an Alpha Black Lotus, and it looked to be in incredible shape from the pictures they showed. But of course, I'm very skeptical, especially in the current card market, where everything is fucking fake, everyone is scamming, you can't trust anyone, not even your own mother. So I, of course, raised a big eyebrow and took everything they said with a grain of salt. But it was an incredible story, and I didn't want to let an opportunity like this slip through my fingertips to be part of history. I, of course, wanted no part of, like, any money that they would make from selling the cards. I just wanted to help out and just be able to see them and do what I can to help them. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't having the wool pulled over my eyes here. So I asked if I could have a trusted professional in the industry go through a process with them to verify the authenticity of the cards, which, of course, they agreed to. So I reached out to Tolarian Community College on YouTube, a massive Magic the Gathering channel, an incredible guy as well, and he put me in contact with who he claimed was the best in the business for it, Missouri MTG. And Missouri MTG spent a long time going through a very grueling process with them to ensure that these are real alpha cards, because if they are, we're looking at a collection that could potentially be worth millions of dollars.
And I'm happy to say, it turns out it was all real. So we started getting everything in motion over the last couple months to get them from Australia to America with these cards so we could grade them here and have even more layers of authentication to ensure truly these are the real deal, get them graded, and get them sold, and also just share their story, because it is truly something special, and I'm honored to have even been a small part of this journey with them. Now, of course, many of you know I have an entire channel dedicated to Magic the Gathering, Dungeons & Dragons, and other TCGs like One Piece. So we did this in collaboration with Drew and Ryan and Zach of Skill Check. So we brought in all the bells and whistles here to really make a pretty big production out of this, because with no exaggeration, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime thing. My video here is not going to have everything that the skill check video is going to have, like with the actual going in person and grading type stuff. So if you want to see like the full complete package of this experience, go to Skill Check Show, the YouTube channel. I'll go ahead and put a link to it in the description.
Yeah, they had no idea, and he just like blows the dust off the folder. There's a Black Lotus in this. It's been something that we haven't really wanted to tell people we have. It feels a bit scary to be like, yeah, this is in our house.
You're looking to sell it, keep it. What's the plan?
I am so happy for them.
This opportunity to get closure on that situation.
Because I think this is a grade that will truly blow their minds.
I'm thinking there's a really good chance they're all 10s.
Brother, you're holding history.
I know, I'm shaking a little, I'm not gonna lie.
Crazy.
Holy shit.
That's how.
Oh my god. 3, 2, 1, go.
We start.
Yeah, fuck. Do we just introduce ourselves?
Yeah, it's just like introduce yourself.
I'm addressing. I'm not camera trained or anything. This is entirely new to me. What the fuck am I doing? I'm Tyler. This is Dana. It's so awesome to be meeting you guys. We obviously reached out to you about these cards that are from her dad's original collection back in the 90s, whenever these came out. And we were having so much trouble getting them graded, and we said, okay, I'm just going to try to reach out to Charlie and see if something happens. And it did.
Yes, so my dad, he is very much a nerd. You could kind of say he's played like every nerdy.
Yeah, if you saw downstairs in that house, he's got every single thing. We actually did take some B-roll of it, of like, he has like shelves and shelves of every single like board game, card game, everything you can think of.
Yeah.
It's like ever
and he
existed.
so happened to play Magic, which is very nice to get us some alpha stuff in the future. So this is the hot stuff.
Yeah, but then we have like almost a full alpha collection of like just the random stuff that's not as valuable but still really cool.
It's not complete, but there's still missing. My brother did grade like.
Yeah, we had some stuff graded.
Yeah.
So there's a Bayou and a Counterspell and stuff that was graded.
Yeah.
But we didn't bring that with us.
So the goal with the collection is to get it graded and find a buyer for it. You're looking to sell it, keep it. What's the plan?
I think. Well, the goal is to sell it, right?
Sell it,
yeah. It's
kind of all we've been left with inheritance.
Yeah. So basically, like this was the inheritance that they were left with when her and her brother, when her dad passed.
I kind of refer to him as like Golem a little bit.
He was a giant. He collected everything.
Yes, and all in his basement, just kept everything there.
He has this giant basement that is just full of every single game you can imagine.
I mean, it sounds like it's a pretty good thing to have here to sell. Depending on what it grades at, that's life-changing money.
We've been trying to sell it for like 2 years, trying to find some way to get it overseas to grade it or find a local buyer, but we haven't really found like a fair opportunity. This opportunity to get closure on that situation, find a buyer, and also kind of like show off the stuff that he was super passionate about is really cool.
You mentioned that it's nearly a complete set of alpha, and then how many of the Power 9 cards are in there?
It's 3 Power 9, it's Time Walk, it's... Geez, what Mox is it? I've forgotten already. Mox Opal?
Sapphire.
No, it is Sapphire, you're right.
Sapphire.
Yeah, Sapphire, Time Walk, and the Lotus. I think those are the only technically Power 9, so I think he might have sold some of them in the past.
There was a story that my brother heard that my dad, he had a second Lotus, but he'd sold it for like probably nothing back in like the early 2000s.
To a friend.
I think he would have just sold it for like, I don't even want to say what, probably like 2,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we pull out real quick the Power 9?
Yeah, sure. So Soul Ring kind of cool too, right?
Yeah. Is Soul Ring not Power 9?
It's not Power 9, it's on the reserve list, which means that they never printed again for standard. And
It's
other,
Commander
like,
Legal Power 9.
That one's a hot one.
Yeah, that's a hot card.
Yeah.
And then there's just a bunch of like, Mana Vault's kind of cool.
I think he belongs
Yeah, him.
there.
You want him?
I love him.
The art on Alpha is crazy, dude.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, those are probably the coolest cards. And then we have just like a bunch of the duels, right?
Missing.
Of the collection, these 3 are Power 9. I thought Soul Ring was in there. Apparently it is reserve list, but these are incredible.
Yeah.
So I guess the Alpha Lotus alone, that can easily be more than 30k.
Yeah.
And you said you've already graded these before, the Counterspell?
Yeah, Counterspell and stuff, and we weren't even really expecting anything crazy off them, but it came back at 7? I think most of them were 7s.
I think they got one that was an 8. I don't know which
Yeah,
one
I think it was just 7s and 8s.
But mostly
It was the stuff we got graded already.
Yeah.
So can you, real quick, can you look up like the last sale of a PSA 7?
It's really hard to find. Like, it seems like there's 1 or 2 sales a year.
I saw, when you sent me the email, I looked up because I was just curious like what this recent sales were. I think I saw an 8 go for like 75 or 80.
The internet wants to feed me the biggest story, which was the PSA graded 10, which sold for $3 million.
Yeah, that's all they're just like, the Post Malone one. That's just what it always says. That's the only thing it ever says.
Let's see, in 2022, there was one sold and reported for $87,000, rated at a 7.
Okay. Yeah. And I think the price has probably only gone up now that Magic has exploded even more. I think comfortably, if that will grade it a 7, I think that's already like 4 times what the offer was previously. So like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And the conversion to us is like sounds way bigger in
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah, it's pretty sad looking at when Australian dollar converts to US dollar.
Man, that is so cool just to look at.
Yeah.
Holy. I mean, as far as condition goes, like it doesn't look scuffed or anything. Like of the close-up videos you sent, like I didn't see any like
I've been
whitening or
gaslighting
anything.
myself into being like, it's a 10.
You got it. I mean, you have to. You have to. Every card is a 10.
Cool. I like that one too. I just like the art to that one.
It's so weird how there's like manufacturing defects as well, because this whole time we were like, oh, that's a scuff. But no, that's on every single Alpha Mox Sapphire. It actually tells you that it is an Alpha Mox Sapphire if it has that.
Should also mention these are all 100% verified as like real, authentic alphas. This isn't like, they're not pulling the wool over our eyes here with fake cards. This is like the actual real deal. So you guys on your own went through like an authenticator as well, right?
Yeah, so we just had like a really well-known vendor in our country kind of go over them and check them out for us, and then you sent us Jeremy's contact.
That's right.
And he was super helpful and made it super clear like what would and wouldn't work. So I had to get one of those like little jeweler's loops, and
we couldn't figure out how to use it. And we ended up having to use a scanner, and then we were like scared to put it in the scanner.
Yeah, dude, oh my god, I forgot about that. Putting this in the scanner, like closing the lid on it. So scary, man. Oh my god.
Yeah. And then I think at one point it's like, can you take it out of the sleeve? And we're like, no.
I refused to take it out of the inner. I was like, we could see. It's fine. I'm not taking it out of the inner. No, I don't know too much about like the actual grading process, but from the documents that you sent me, it seems to pass a bunch of the tests. There's obviously like the little white specks on all the alpha cards that we originally were like, oh no, they're all damaged. It's just what they look like.
Yeah.
Like, these are not going to get 10.
So do either of you play Magic?
Yeah, we're big Magic players. So we got big into Magic off of Lord of the Rings. So like when the Lord of the Rings set dropped, we were like, okay, we're gonna buy in. We had already played a bit of Arena and stuff and just digitally, but we'd never really gone full into paper.
Yeah.
We were really big into like other TCGs. Like we played most of the Bandai games that were released up to that point, Dragon Ball, Super. Played like Digimon, we did competitive Pokemon for a pretty long time. Yeah. The issue with Magic always felt like we just wanted to play the standard 60 card format.
Yeah.
And Magic always felt like, you ask about Magic and then they're like, no, you don't play standard in Magic. You play something else like Commander. But then we started in Lord of the Rings, and then we all went to dinner with your family, and your dad was just kind of like, oh yeah, I have some pretty cool cards from back then.
Never even told us about
Yeah, they had no idea, and he just like blows the dust off the folder. And as you open it, and it's like, there's a Black Lotus in this.
You said it was unsleeved in there, right?
Yeah, it was unsleeved in the folder, and it's like one of those binder folders where you go to like what is it in America, Home Depot, and get like your own sleeves and put them in there. And it's rusty and it's terrible.
It's rusty. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it was shocking, but yeah, that was obviously a very big deal, and it was really funny because it was right after we'd all like gotten into Magic.
Yeah.
We had no idea before that. I think his biggest hobby is Warhammer.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my god! Does he have a lot of Warhammer stuff?
Oh yeah.
You might be sitting on like a treasure trove.
Yeah,
of
he
items.
was a brilliant painter as well.
Yeah,
like I literally called her. I called her a bullshitter when she was like, "Yeah, he painted these." I was like, "These someone sold these."
I was like, "Don't you disgrace his name
Yeah,
like that."
yeah.
Did them.
So we were gonna see if I don't think you guys are into Warhammer or anything.
Oh, you'd be very wrong.
Okay. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure.
Guy.
Oh shit, we should have. Okay.
Yeah.
He's got.
I don't know if anything is. Like, I don't know what to determine what is worth.
There's so much vintage Warhammer downstairs.
You did all the work.
So basically, I was just. So her brother is like very busy with his master's degree and stuff that he's working on. So I've been trying to find ways to get this graded, to get a fair price for them, and basically getting it sent overseas to get graded. We couldn't get it insured. I was going around to like the pack and send places and any of the companies like that would send this overseas, and none of them would insure like over $50K. So even that was like, we would have to provide so much evidence that it was worth that and everything, and that just doesn't feel sufficient for what we would be sending. So that was kind of why I sent you that email. Is I spent the whole day calling and getting in contact with people about that, and everything I got back was just, we can't help you.
Yeah.
And we would have just have to sell it loose. To like a local vendor.
Like somebody offered us like $30K for it.
Yeah, we've had offers. Obviously, it's been something that we haven't really wanted to tell people we have. It feels a bit scary to be like, yeah, this is in our house. So I was like, I said to Dana, I was like, I'm just gonna send Charlie an email. I know people email him about stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do it. And then I sent you the email, and I hadn't heard back. And I sent you a follow-up a little bit later, and I woke up in the morning and you were like, I think he emailed you back. I was like, what the?
It was the last thing I expected to see when I opened my phone. I was like, what?
And then the next 3 days were the most adrenaline-filled mornings of my life, because we're waking up to a potential email from Moist Critical, and what a weird thing to wake up to in the morning, man. We've been doing a bit of a bit where we're just because first of all, it's still like, what if we show up and it's like not you, or something absolutely crazy happens. And we also didn't know if we should be telling people, so we've been telling everyone we're going on a Mr. Beast show.
That's a banger.
And then we're just gonna eventually just like be actually like, just kidding.
Yeah, I got you guys. Yeah.
You're here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
More believable than going to be Charlie's
It's just look, I don't know. That's just the story we came up with in a Discord call.
So you've had an offer for $30K. Was that for the whole collection, or was it just for the Lotus?
No, one of my dad's friends, like, obviously knew my dad had some, some stuff, and he did offer us $30K for the whole collection.
No, you're right. That was he was a very big part of his community, very prominent in his community. He was like their main DM for so many local like Dungeons and Dragons groups.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was a lot of people that reached out immediately because people know about like how much stuff he's been collecting over so many decades, and like this was his whole thing. This is his passion. So a lot of people reached out and offered to help with it, but yeah, some of it was a bit of a low ball.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think it'll grade at, the collection, like roughly?
I think 7 average is
Because
probably
I think my dad may have played with these.
quite a few of the cards.
We're
Yeah.
wondering if he probably did use these.
We know
in
that he
actual sets.
primarily played white and red.
Yeah.
So more likely the cards that are not white and red are probably in better condition because he would have just chucked them in a binder and gone back to playing his aggro goblin deck.
Yeah.
Just taking a look at him, it doesn't look played. Like
No.
like if he played with them, he had them like fucking quadruple sleeved,
Yeah.
like in
But he
titanium plating or
wouldn't have known
something.
they were worth anything.
Yeah, exactly,
So
right? He
that's
was
what
playing
it's
back
like.
then. It's
I don't know.
he would have had no clue. Yeah, I mean, I think they look great too. I'm trying to I guess I'm just trying to lower my expectations
Yeah.
so I don't see it come out as a lower grade and be upset. But I think 7 to 8's a fair estimate for most of them. A lot of alpha cards just have like built-in defects, and that's just part of the card.
Yeah.
A 10.
10. It's a 10. Yeah, it's a 10.
It should be a 10.
Yeah. I think it was also the night before we were leaving. I was having to like unsleeve. What they were originally in 2 sleeves and then a top loader.
All of them.
So then I was having to take them all out.
And
then,
we put them in the front of the standard decks.
yeah, just doing. I spent so long doing it.
That was the whole night before we left
And
because
then
we put
some
it off.
like sleeves didn't feel right because we're like, if it's too tight on it, I don't know what to do.
Finding the right sleeves to use. We went to an LGS and they were not very. I mean, like it's such a weird phenomenon. Like, how do we sleeve and travel with alpha cards?
Yeah.
Like, who's meant to know the answer to that? So we shoved them into these outer sleeves along with the standard decks.
Yeah.
And prayed.
Yeah. I was scared of like going through customs and then going through.
Oh my god, the guy at customs was the most chill guy ever.
Yeah.
Everyone at customs was like super scary, and the guy calls us over and he was like making fun of us and stuff, like having a laugh. He was like, "Do you claim him to her?" And then he pulls out her old ass passport photo from like 10 years ago, and he's like laughing at her passport picture. And he's like, "What are you guys doing here?" And I was like, "We're gonna play Magic with some friends." And he's like, "Dude, that's sick. I love Magic." And he's like, "You were the coolest people I've met all day." And I was like, "Cool,
the
man."
best guy we could have got, I think.
Definitely the best possible. Yeah, definitely the best possible customs agent we could have gotten.
Yeah.
Well, super excited to get these graded. So they will be going to Texas with the skill check crew to hopefully get 10s.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one. Every single one at a time.
I'm thinking there's a really good chance they're all 10s.
Yeah.
I think the customs agent has blessed it.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic, and I think it'll only take like a day or so. So we'll get it back, we'll get it graded, and hopefully find a buyer.
Yeah, cool.
Thank
Sounds
you
great.
so much.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you for bringing these out. These are really fucking cool to see. So I very much hope that they grade high.
So I am Matt from Moist Critical's channel. I'm known as your Charlie's friend almost everywhere. And as they told you, these are cards from a couple from Australia that reached out to us asking to help them grade the cards and see if we can potentially find a buyer for them in the end. And we jumped at the opportunity to see an Alpha Black Lotus in person and hopefully get this 10 real quick. So I'm very excited to see these. Oh, sorry, you said no reaction, so you can
No, react.
I don't want to touch it.
Touch it.
I guess it's in a slab. I can. Oh my god.
You can take it out of the plastic too.
Oh my god. Who made you the boss here?
Cool.
I am so happy for them because I think this is a grade that will truly blow their minds. All right, so the other big hits are Soul Ring and the Moxes, right?
The Mox and the Time Walk.
Right. You know, with how many you guys come through, if, like, is it normally a 7 average, something like that?
I don't know what the average.
I haven't seen a ton of alpha
Yeah.
Magic, but I know like a lot of the older Magic cards that we generally like 6.5 to 7.5.
Oh, okay. So this is really good.
8s I've seen a couple of.
Yep.
I think the harder it's harder to see 9s and 9.5s.
Gotcha. It's gonna be awesome when I pull one out of here. This is gonna be horrible to edit. We'll cut out the grades. I'm just saying the grade. And
Yeah, it's fine. We'll figure it out.
It just turns black.
I'll keep it to myself. That's incredible, though. I feel like this is incredible. For all the Power 9, it absolutely crushed. Oh, I'm excited. They're going to be so pumped. I wish I could FaceTime Charlie, even though we're not telling him. And he's streaming Silksong. Wow, that's awesome. I'm getting a call. Do you think it's Charlie?
There's a chance. There's a pretty good chance.
It's Google.
Oh.
It's just John Google.
John Google's like, I heard you
Mr.
got a good
Google.
Lotus in there.
Thank you so much again, John.
Yeah, seriously, thank you guys so much.
You guys can't see nothing, right?
Can't see shit.
Good.
We've got the cards, and we landed an hour ago. We're here fresh and ready to show them off because we know you have been waiting.
Just try to keep them on like the nose of the.
Yeah, bring it in the
Yeah,
center.
very centered.
He's pulling it.
You do
Oh,
it.
I
These
have
are
to.
yours. Do it.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh yeah, I can
this
smell
is
a 9 on that.
This is the Savannah.
Oh,
hey!
Okay. That's not bad.
That's a good sign.
That's one higher than what we thought.
Yeah.
So, from what I can tell, a lot of the dual lands, based on the grading, can go anywhere from like 9,000 down to 1,000 at an 8. It'll probably be like $5,000-ish, $6,000.
I want to jump in real quick. So we got about 10 cards graded, the most expensive of their collection. We got graded. You're not going to see all the grades here. Again, if you want to see all of it, go to the Skill Check channel. They did just post the full video going through all of this. So I'm only showing you a few in mine here, but the rest are over there. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like confusing because we did grade quite a few. Of course, the biggest being the Black Lotus. It's pretty strong.
Yeah. It's a strong first grade.
Yeah.
All right, here we have our next one, our Tropical Island.
Oh, that's a
Ooh, that's a
banger.
big one.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead
a
and take a
banger.
look.
Alright.
I love that art.
Our Blue-Green Land.
How many more did my dad ink for some reason?
Oh shit! I knew there'd be 9s in here.
Oh, yeah.
I smelt it.
God damn.
That's on a good land,
That
too.
is nice.
That's probably a
It's
chunky
blue.
one.
I don't want it. I hate blue. I hate blue so much.
So, on the chart, which Matt will tell us, the
8,000 on the chart.
Yeah. The difference between a 9 and an 8 for Tropical Island on the chart specifically is a difference of like $2,000.
Yeah, right.
Which is wild, just looking at it.
Pray to Richard Garfield.
I'm curious what you think these will be now, seeing the rest of the collection between 8 to
7. Yeah. Or what was the called?
Altered. Oh shit.
Scribbled on
Big
every
old
power.
text.
We never looked. The back of the Black Lotus had a signature on it, and
my
it's like ruined.
We know he sharpened some of his cards. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh my god, don't
I'm
say
scared.
that.
I feel like I'm gonna shake.
Oh.
An 8.5.
Nice, dude, on a power 9.
Oh yeah. 8.5
Oh,
Mock
dude.
Sapphire.
Bumped it up a few grades.
that was a
Yeah.
concrete commander, right? Where you
Yeah.
played on the concrete?
Yeah, exactly.
8.5 again.
wow.
Okay.
8.5 again. Dude, that's a crate. I'm so scared. I'm
Loaded.
so scared. I'm so scared.
You have all the data now. What do you think?
Just the mounting terror.
Six.
Yeah.
I'm going
Lobo,
down.
Lobo.
Altered. Clearly that was...
This Time Walk, maybe the most powerful of the Power 9. Extra turn, instant speed, 2 mana, and in an 8.5, just, again, like, I keep repeating myself, but just legendary how highly rated these old
I thought it was
cards
a
are.
sorcery.
Is it a sorcery?
It's still a 2-mana sorcery.
Wow,
Kill me.
just got fired.
I just lost my jaw.
He's got big dogs.
It's gonna be just some other guy.
Yeah.
Surface
He just drew the
9.5.
mustache.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
Surface 9.5.
Oh, wow.
That's very nice.
That was so close to a 9 then.
Yeah.
Holy.
And that's going for, in 2024, end of 2024, went for 9,000.
Woo!
Nice.
Okay, so
I'm not kept a tally in my head at all.
Neither
That's a
have
good amount of money.
Oh yeah.
It seems like a pretty solid chunk of change.
We're at least over $20,000 at this point. That's
one
that's
of
a
them
low
was
bet.
20,000.
Then we're healthily over that.
He's still
We're
right. He's still right.
30 to 35. Yeah.
The good news is this really cushions the blow for the 2.5.
Yeah.
okay, moment of truth. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, it's super chill. It's super easy. I'm terrified.
We can just like get lunch. I think there's not really.
Yeah.
We haven't eaten.
Please stop.
This is a beautiful setup here.
Yeah, this
boys.
is awesome.
Yeah, we're just really into puppets.
Yeah, go on. 3, 2, 1, go.
That's huge.
Fucking hell.
I couldn't read.
8.5. It's 8. Put your damn glasses on. It's not a 6.
It's not a 6.
Here you go.
Holy shit.
That's how.
Oh my god. It's yours.
Yeah.
9.5 on the edges? What? 10 on the surface? The corner's fucked you right there. Oh my god.
Wow, it must have been so fucking close to a 9.
Yeah, 9, 9.5, 10, and then 8. That's still so crazy, dude. Oh my god.
That stat line probably carries it real hard in the eyes of a collector. Even if it's an 8.5, looking at like the 10s and the 9s on it, it's probably like, that's worth.
Low sale we've seen is around 85,000.
I want to say that when we were there, the people at Beckett have like an auction website that they showed us, and a listing was online for $120,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm speechless almost. Like,
we've been talking about this for years, ever since we found it, right? Like we were so convinced that like probably like 20 grand sort of thing. It'd be like a 7 at best because it's been sitting in this binder for so long. And 8.5 with all of those details being such high scores, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's a little emotional because my dad, obviously, this was his. So, he obviously went through a lot. So, and his biggest problem, I feel so lame talking about this. His biggest problem was money, and it's sad to see that this was always just downstairs in his basement, just living down there.
But now,
and
yeah,
I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot.
You inheriting this though is
yeah,
it feels like a gift from him, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't thank you guys enough for helping us with this.
Yeah, I
don't know.
No, we absolutely want to thank you guys so much for this. The last 5 years have been a very tough couple of years, and I spent 3 years stuck in bed, and she spent all of those years by my side the whole time, and then immediately after that, what tragically happened with her father happened, and then our lives have just been like a roller coaster for so long. And this is right as we've kind of got our lives back. This is the first thing we get to do. We feel so lucky, and we can't thank you guys enough.
Yeah.
No, really,
for allowing us to do this.
Say it. We feel lucky that you let us do it. To even be a part of the experience here. This is actual history here for Magic. This kind of thing doesn't happen. 1,100 of these ever made, and I would argue a good chunk probably just are gone. Destroyed, ruined, lost, whatever. So to have one that now grades this high is special. I think that's just amazing.
That feels great.
It's going back to the basement.
She's gonna crack it out of this room.
Needs to go home.
All right, let's play that shit. Let's go.
That is a ridiculous amount of life-changing money. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're already in the United States, and Las Vegas is just a flight.
You're so right. Can I put that into the slot machine?
Yeah.
That's weird. That's what we asked.
Right?
Now, we are still actively looking for a buyer of the big ticket cards there, the fucking 8.5 Black Lotus in particular, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you in on a little secret. The rest of the collection, 186 other alpha cards that we did not grade because I bought them. I could not help myself, so I now have almost a complete set of alpha cards. Not only that, they are in incredible condition. If the rest are anything to go by, they are likely sitting around 7 to 8.5 average, as graded alpha cards. That shit is impossible to find. So it cost a pretty penny, but I really think it's going to a very great couple here that I know is going to do amazing things with it. And I'm gonna tell you, these cards are in a loving household. I'm very excited to have them.
I was also going to say this when you said it, Charlie, where you guys are oh, Charlie says he feels lucky for this. He jumped on this instantly, and then all of us got on a plane to take the cards, and it was just every step of the way, he was we've got to do this. Yeah. He actually felt so lucky to do it.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you.
That's crazy to hear. We went through so much to try to get this process done. It felt impossible on our side, and the one thing that ends up working out happens to be an email that I sent to you. is the craziest story ever. My best friend, we've been talking to him this whole time, and he's I'm going to be telling this story when I'm 80 in the retirement home. This is the craziest thing that's ever happened. I can't believe this is happening, and that's exactly how we feel about it. It's insane.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's it, right?
Yeah, now we just need to find a buyer.
Oh,
So if you've got 200 grand lying around, someone's got to be a nice home for these new cards, or new, freshly graded cards.
Oh, yeah.
Not new. They're very old, actually. This was a pretty incredible experience, and I am so happy the cards graded so high for them. I'm actually still very salty that the Black Lotus here is an 8.5 when it has all the makings of a 9. It has a 9 on the centering, a 9.5 on the edges, a 10 on the surface, but an 8 on the corners. The corners are what really held it back. Sorry, the glare's a little much. But we are selling this for them. Like I mentioned, we are not taking any commission or any percentage or anything. So the 8.5 Black Lotus, the 8.5 Time Walk, the 8 Tundra. I'm showing all of these cards. If there actually is a serious interested buyer, I'm going to put a link, or I'm going to put an email in the description of this video, so please reach out and we can discuss what that would look like. An 8 on the Savannah, an 8.5 on the Wheel of Fortune, which is a banger, an 8.5 on the Mox Sapphire, and a 9 on the Tropical Island. The rest of their alpha cards I already bought. I could not help myself. I am not kidding. Like, if you know anything about Magic, you know how rare something like this is to come across. In this condition, it's a fucking unicorn. I couldn't resist. So again, if there is any actual seriously interested buyers in these, please reach out to the email I put in the description. Don't exactly know what price for each of these. That'll be a negotiation. We'll figure it out together. What do you think is the most clowned upon profession in the world? Or rather, I guess to phrase it a better way, what job do you think commands the least amount of respect? Telemarketer, perhaps? Streamer, maybe? What about game journalist? I feel like over the last decade and some change, there are few jobs that are as much of a spitball magnet as game journalism. The reputation has basically been flushed down the shitter. It's basically just soiled toilet paper at this point. People have more respect for a fucking fart inspector than they do for game journalism. But, that being said, the beauty of having so many people all giving their thoughts on games means that you can always find someone whose tastes align with yours. Even if you have absolute dog shit tastes, you bet your sweet bippy there's a game journalist out there with that same mutation, that same abominable palate, and then you can follow their reviews to help make an educated decision on what you want to spend your money on. I'm a big proponent of more information is always better when it comes to purchasing. Shit is expensive. So, I think there is still value in reviews, but what's become far more standard now is people will just watch a streamer or a video on YouTube, a Let's Play of a game that they might be interested, so they could watch the gameplay for themselves and make their own educated decision based on what they're seeing. Anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about game journalism again is because a big, spicy story just broke in regards to a huge player in the space that I think a lot of you are probably familiar with, Video Gamer. Yeah, the one that's been around for fucking 2 decades, that Video Gamer. Well, it turns out the cat's been let out of the bag. They have been vomiting out AI-generated reviews after firing much of their human staff and have AI role-playing as game journalists. So, some of the reviews you've seen from Video Gamer aren't actually from a human being that used the product. Like their Resident Evil Requiem review is actually all AI mumbo-jumbo. It's riddled with the classic M-dashes that AI has become obsessed with. It's like fucking heroin to AI. And because the game was so new, it didn't have other reviews to steal from. It had to resort to just vomiting out information from the early previews and early information. Oh, also, if you're wondering if there was a disclosure from Video Gamer informing their readers that what they were digesting was actually hollow AI nothing burgers, then rest assured the answer to that is a resounding fuck no. At the bottom, apparently they had this: "You can trust Video Gamer. Our team of gaming experts spend hours testing and reviewing the latest games to ensure you're reading the most comprehensive guide possible. Rest assured, all imagery and advice is unique and original. Check out how we test and review games here." And the author who's credited with that Resident Evil review is, of course, the legendary Brian Marigold, whom all of us probably still have posters in our room of. They try and play this off like it's a real human being, by the way. Brian Marigold is not flesh and blood. He's AI and cringe, but they still give him a whole lore breakdown here like he's a fucking League of Legends champion. And they try and make him sound really badass like he's the Max Payne of gaming journalists. It's so unbelievably pathetic. Brian Marigold once saved 5 children from a burning orphanage and still had time to level up his battle pass and complete his gacha game dailies. He is an ultimate video gamer with enthusiasm and clarity in his writing that rivals even God himself. It's... oh my lord. I don't know how they thought no one would notice this. Now, I know I'm a little tardy to the party on this, and I talked about it a little bit on stream, but I didn't realize just how hog wild they were going with this AI game journalist thing that they're doing. Now, as I said at the beginning of the video, game journalism is an industry that people make fun of constantly. I've made tons of jokes about game journalism. It's not exactly a field that has people taking their hats off and saluting them. No one's treating game journalists like firefighters, like they're fucking heroes or anything like that. But even still, this sucks. This blows major butt. This is not a good direction for things to be going, because it starts with game journalism, then it'll be other journalism, then it'll be everything you consume is AI generated. And in the case of reviews specifically, this is fucking awful, because there are people that do rely on like reviews about the purchases they are potentially going to make. So if they're getting fed slop from Video Gamer that's AI generated, then they're receiving fraudulent information, not a review, which is completely worthless and potentially damaging. So like, take for example, a product. Let's expand this beyond games, right? If every product you see out there doesn't have real human reviews and it's all AI generated with AI pretending it was a human that used it and giving it, 5 stars out the wazoo, how are you supposed to know if it's a piece of shit, right? You'd have to look up maybe a YouTuber or a streamer and hope that you find something there for each product. If every review is AI generated, you're not getting any real information or any real insight from a human being. Thus, it's completely useless to you. It's not actually even analyzing the product. It never had the product. It can never use the product. So you're getting phony baloney garbage, which is terrible because, again, I think it is valuable that people have as much information as possible when it comes to the products that they might be spending a lot of money on, like in the case of a $70 video game. So now the question needs to be asked, what happened to Video Gamer that got us to this point? And the answer is a tried and true story, song and dance we've seen a million times before. They were acquired by an agency. That agency's name is Clickout Media. More like Dick Out Media, because all they did was put their dick down the throats of multiple staff members that they decided to lay off and allegedly not pay. According to some of the laid off staff, the company still owes them money, and that last year the new owner began to load the site with AI written stories about casinos, which is just amazing, by the way, because that's exactly what puts a smile on my face, having AI try and prod me into gambling. Charles, do you want infinite money? Basically headache free? Have you heard of slot machines? Check out our review on this new Emotep themed slot machine right now that people are saying is basically free money you can't lose. That sounds super cool. Thank you, Video Gamer. Oh, whoops-a-daisy, I misremembered. That disclaimer about trusting Video Gamer because they have a team of real human beings that test the fuck out of it and it's all unique and original, that notice wasn't at the bottom of the articles, it was actually at the top. But anyway, we already covered Brian Marigold, how he's not actually a real human being. He is a confirmed AI-generated puppet for Video Gamer that just spits out uselessness. But, let's not forget, Brian Marigold is an experienced iGaming and sports betting analyst and a lifelong gamer at heart who actually has seen active combat. He's responsible for over 500 confirmed kills. Brian Marigold kind of does it all. We know that. But he's not the only one. They have a bunch of AI-generated authors there on Video Gamer that they pretend are real people, such as Callum Mercer. Now, in the case of the AI-generated Resident Evil Requiem review, initially it was on Metacritic contributing to the overall score of the game, but then Metacritic was made aware that it was AI-generated, so as a result, they've now severed ties with Video Gamer. Now, Clickout Media describes itself as a PR and marketing agency, but has a history of acquiring gaming and tech sites, including Techopedia, Adventure Gamers, and firing staff and replacing them with seemingly automated content around casinos and crypto. Weird. What? Why would they be using AI to promote crypto and casinos? Man, I just don't really get it. That's so odd. Are you telling me Clickout Media isn't by gamers for gamers? No, come on. If you can't trust Video Gamer, who can you trust? They even say it right there on their site on every article that you can trust them. What, are they lying? I doubt it. No way. There's no way. Grasping at straws, I say, is a bunch of fucking fiddlesticks, I'm sure. Now, this next section is fascinating because it looks into Clickout Media, and I gotta tell ya, they look real fishy. Clickout Media's name rarely appears on the sites it acquires, and previous reports have accused the organization of parasitic SEO by buying domains with high reputations to use them to push crypto and casino content. Other reports have suggested that a conglomerate involving Clickout Media has links to offshore crypto and poker sites. Now that is quite a nefarious scheme. That is having your cake, eating it too, and then fucking the cake. So they're accused of buying these domains, very popular ones like Video Gamer, who a lot of people know, and then kind of just draining them to make them like a shell of their former self in order to push crypto and casino content while also being in bed with crypto and poker sites. So they get to benefit greatly from that. The traffic that they drive to those sites that they're reviewing. Like on Video Gamer, the casino reviews, I'm sure you can trust. Video Gamer says you can. Pretty interesting. Their sites are monetized through links to online casino sites. In recent months, Clickout Media has bought multiple cryptocurrency news sites, poker news sites, and tech news sites, in each case turning them into AI-powered sites creating content around cryptocurrencies and casinos. Press Gazette attempted to contact Clickout Media by available email addresses and via a form on its website, but has heard nothing. Patrick Garrett, editor-in-chief of Future's B2B game industry newsletter Knowledge, said this is not an isolated incident. He told Press Gazette, "As in all media, the current watchword is survivability. Precarity in the environment has been steadily worsening for years, and generative AI, as evidenced by the Video Gamer announcement, is becoming too tempting for some to ignore in the name of efficiency. This downscaling of staff in the game media is widespread, and we've seen several large American operations hit hard in recent years." Which I think everyone has seen the writing on the walls. People for the last couple years have been talking about how AI will inevitably be replacing tons and tons and tons of jobs. It's not exactly a wonderful future when down the line things like reviews might be AI generated, dominated by bots. A lot of the things you see online are already fully dominated by bots. A lot of what you see is completely fake, made up barnacles. A lot of it is AI generated. And now we are seeing that journalism is looking to be next on the chopping block as corporations are maybe looking to phase out journalists in favor of the cheaper, more efficient AI that can immediately get an article out based on other articles out there that it just fucking steals from. We are entering into an era where a lot of what you interact with on the cyberspace is going to be fake, not real, not human-made content, just AI-produced slop for your eyes to be glued to the screen and nothing else. We're seeing the shift. It's getting pretty crazy, and I just kind of wanted to yap about this one a bit because this is probably one of the bigger publications I've seen being openly caught red-handed, just replacing game journalists with AI drivel, and also completely changing the entire site to be more about, I guess, gambling and casino content from AI-generated reviews, pushing and hawking that kind of shit, I suppose. It seems very out of control based on all this available evidence, and I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I was going to wait a bit longer before drooling all over this topic, just to see if anything would come from it since it's such a big deal. But I've now very much learned my lesson that there is never going to be anything that comes from anything Epstein related. That's basically how it seems. So I'm sure you've seen by now that with all of those redacted files that they've been farting out, you can actually unredact a lot of them yourself, and you don't even need a double-digit IQ to do it. Here's a quick tutorial that even a Neanderthal can follow along with.
Redacted. So you can go ahead and scroll down till you get to a redacted area. Here's a redacted area right here. Guess what? If you want to look at these files, all you got to do is copy it and paste it into Microsoft Word, and guess what? All the files are unredacted. There it is. So go back to justice.org, find all those files, and start unredacting before they figure out how to stop you.
I've seen only a teensy tiny bit of media coverage on this, not a whole lot of buzz generated from the unredacting techniques here, but from the couple that I've seen, they say things like this: hackers unredact Epstein files. Hackers didn't do it. Your fucking grandpappy sitting down in front of his goddamn iPad could do it too. There's no hacking here. It's Control-C, Control-V. Holy shit. My god, he's like an elite XD hacksaw. Wow. Yeah, it really is that easy. You don't have to have a big brain like Jimmy Neutron for this here. And it doesn't work for all the files, but it works for a good portion of them. And what you will find when you unredact a lot of this is that they very clearly have not complied with the law. They are not following the rules of the redactions, which, mind you, are supposed to be reserved exclusively for victims and minors, that kind of thing. But when you unredact a lot of this information, you are finding information that is not related to a victim, a minor, anything like that at all. There are numerous examples of these improper redactions being applied to these files here. There are more examples of that than there are of me being short. You can find so fucking many. And it's kind of like a lot of crickets in mainstream journalism right now in regards to this unredaction technique a lot of people have employed on TikTok, and even like Asmongold has done it on stream as well. And what they're finding is, yeah, it is inarguable that these redactions are not following the rules. There's like this article here that's written about like the redactions on 184 through 192 that were describing taxes paid by companies incorporated by Epstein properties that were not on the balance sheet. And at the end, it even says it's unclear how property material complies with the redaction standard under the law. An inquiry to the Department of Justice has not yet been answered, and it probably won't be answered because the sad reality of it is law doesn't apply to people at a certain level of power. The law is like simply here for plebeians, it seems. And it's not even subtle. Fucking goofball Kash Patel can go under oath and lie out of his ass out the wazoo till the cows come home with a straight face and a limp dick, talking about how they don't have any credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to anyone, so it's just Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, that's it. If you believe anything else, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. And now with these files, we have provable evidence that they at least knew of 10 other co-conspirators that apparently they just decided to throw in the garbage can and never pursue. But we have so much evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt he is lying, yet he won't face any perjury charges, he won't be arrested, he'll just keep fucking cruising podcasts like they're glory holes here about how he's doing such a good job and puffing up his chest and shit. None of these people that are just blatantly lying and breaking the law will ever be held accountable here. All of these improper redactions that don't comply with the law, don't comply with the rules here, everyone responsible will not face any repercussions. I'm so confident in this, it's fucking sickening. Nothing's going to happen. And it is so incredibly sad. And not only is nothing going to happen, nothing's going to happen and people are going to cheer for that too. I've already seen the narrative shift to like, who cares about the Epstein files, and all these crazy mental gymnastics to downplay the significance of the biggest child sex trafficking operation in our country's history, where there are still unbelievable amounts of people that got away with these heinous crimes, still potentially in the highest levels of government, and people are just saying like, doesn't matter. That's not the important stuff. And make no mistake, this wasn't some innocent whoops-a-daisy where they accidentally redacted information that they weren't supposed to, but they were trying their best to be super transparent and comply with the law. This was on purpose. It's by design. This is a cover-up. It's not a conspiracy. It's in front of your face. You can unredact the information yourself, and it doesn't take a lot of technical prowess to do so. You can confirm this yourself. They are trying to protect these pedophiles. They are running defense for evil, evil people that they have knowingly collected all this information on and decided to do nothing with for years. Not just this administration, the last administration too, obviously, but the point is, right now, they're still doing all they can to protect these people. That is unacceptable in a sane society. And anyone who writes that off as like not a big deal is a fucking lunatic. Like beyond pathetic loser worm. Now, if you're wondering how this even happened with being able to unredact this yourself, is because so many people working in the government are just actually incompetent. I don't mean that like
exaggeratory, I mean like they legitimately like diaper wetting, paint chip eating fucking idiots over there. So the likely explanation here is they use the highlighter tool to black out the information, but they didn't actually redact it. So when you copy and paste it, it's still there. They didn't even actually redact it. That is how bad at their jobs they are. And I've seen a theory floating around that maybe this is on purpose from a whistleblower who was tasked with redacting information but wanted it to get into the hands of the American public, so they instead did like the highlighter tool as opposed to redacting it. And I'd be willing to motorboat those titties, play ball with that idea, if we hadn't seen so many examples of just pure incompetence at the highest level. I truly just think it's clear that the people in these positions are just like actual fedora tipping Reddit twerps, like based on how they shitpost on Twitter and everything, and that they legit just can't do their jobs very well. Side note, anyone remember this little golden nugget where they literally rickrolled the Epstein files release, treating the most notorious, infamous child sex trafficker, as well as all of the information in regards to his clients and all of these evil crimes, as a joke? Anyone remember that? I think it's pretty evident that a lot of the people in these positions are actually just fucking dumb. So I'm not willing to believe that this was some kind of internal whistleblower trying to do the right thing. I just think that they are actually fucking lobotomites, just genuinely stupid, and didn't realize that blackout highlighter doesn't actually redact the information. It's wild they can't even do the simplest things correctly, like redact information. You can literally click like 2 buttons in order to do that. And they can't even figure that much out. They are knowingly making a conscious decision to violate the law here in regards to these Epstein file redactions. And even while doing that, they can't even figure out how to redact the information properly. Thus, they get caught with their pants down. They can't even do the cover-up correctly. And still, even though their whole ass is out, goat seed, on full display for everyone, every single human being on the planet that wants to download the files and unredact it themselves, they can see that they broke the law by redacting things that aren't minors and aren't victims. Even this being 100% confirmed will still probably not lead to a single person being fired or a single individual in a higher level of power here even facing some finger wagging. It's just that bad right now. They can do anything they want with complete immunity. And it's just so outrageous. It's infuriating. I had to yap about this a bit because I've now learned that there won't be anything that comes from it. So might as well blabber about it now. That's really about it. See ya. We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything.
He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous. And people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back.
Honestly.
Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights, and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House.
an administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least, and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, I'm not exaggerating with the title. This is an honor I don't bestow upon things willy-nilly. I think most of you know that. For me to claim that something is the worst I've experienced in whatever category, that is an honor that is extraordinarily rare. It's like being knighted by the Queen. To be the worst movie I've ever seen, you have to move mountains. Because I see so many bad movies. It is one of my favorite pastimes is watching bad films because I get a lot of enjoyment out of a really fun bad movie, and I see so many. And of every movie I've ever seen, Amazon Prime's War of the Worlds is the worst. It has now taken that crown, which was a crown worn by what I still believe to be one of the most bafflingly dog-shitty movies ever produced, called Let's Be Evil. It wore this crown for 9 years. It had a good run. It should be very proud of itself. But on August 4th, 2025 years after the death of Christ, we have now found the worst film that humanity has produced so far. I wrote down a lot, so we're going to really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Spoiler warning. Don't think you should care about spoilers, but they're there anyway. I really am not exaggerating with how unbelievably horrible this film is. And it's not even like it is objectively the worst thing film has ever been used for. Like, there have been worse productions, but this is an insult to the entire medium of making movies. It's not a movie. What you're watching is one big ad for Amazon. War of the Worlds is a property that's somewhat sentimental to me, and to see it bastardized and perverted into this homunculus that Amazon molded it into is nothing shy of criminal. If aliens truly did invade this planet and exterminate every single one of us, not even they could wipe the stain of this film's existence from the galactic tomes of time. This has been so catastrophically abominable that I think just the existence of this film has set our species back hundreds of years. It is unreal that this even got made. And I looked it up. Apparently this was made back in like the pandemic, so like in 2020, and they just squatted on it, keegling it in their colon for the last 5 years, and then just randomly decided to drop it now. I don't know why. It should have just stayed there. They should have buried it. This should have never seen the light of day. This is a tomb, a sarcophagus we should have never opened. So War of the Worlds, I'm being very literal, is an advertisement for Amazon. It's an affront to the entire art of making a movie. Anyway, let's go ahead and cannonball into the pool here. It stars Ice Cube, and the film tries to be creative by emulating what some films have in the past with something like Searching, where it's all presented through a computer display. So you're seeing Ice Cube and all of the events unfolding and all the characters through FaceTimes and emails and anything that's on his monitor. So you see Ice Cube through his webcam, and that's how you experience the movie. It was a clever gimmick when it was used in Searching. In here, it's just really annoying. And the movie actually feels like it's written by a 13-year-old who just learned how to code with C#. Like, it's all about hacking. Ice Cube is like an expert hacker at a DHS program that's spying on everyone through mass surveillance, and he can actually do anything. He is basically omniscient. He can hack every possible atom on this planet, and he can see every nook and cranny of this world through computers and drones and even just air itself, it seems like. There is nothing that escapes his gaze. And the film, what you'll notice right away is it looks terrible, atrocious. And I don't mean that by just big budget standards. I mean by even like indie and student film standards. The visuals here are so bad. Look up any scene from this movie, probably even in the trailers. I haven't bothered to check the trailers. Lord help us. I can't imagine consuming more of War of the Worlds beyond what I've already consumed here from this. But like, look at any scene from this film, like when the aliens are present. It really does look like this was thrown together in one afternoon. It looks like previs. It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog before they redesigned him. Like, it is just hard to look at. Like, it's painful. It looks like PlayStation 1 cutscenes used to look. I cannot believe that they actually gave this the green light to be viewable by us. I feel dirty for watching it. It's so incomplete looking. I don't even know how you make movies look this bad in this day and age. Like, even just your stock assets that you can just freely use look so much cleaner than everything here. And the crazy thing is, it uses so much CGI. Almost the entire film after the aliens arrive is showing you aliens and destruction and CGI explosions, and there's even like a drone sequence laser fight, and it really does, I'm not like exaggerating, it really does look so bad. Like, it looks like they made the whole film for $10. Like, they just hired a couple of people from Fiverr and gave them a week to work on it. That was the deadline. I don't know how they could possibly achieve such bad visuals. And this is an Amazon Prime movie. What the fuck? They have actual infinite money. Unbelievable. This movie is like if Birdemic was an ad for Amazon. And I haven't even begun talking about the unhinged insanity that is the plot. But before even getting to that, it's important we make a mention, nobody in this movie is acting. Like, the acting is a word that must have been forbidden on set. All they are doing is reading plainly from their scripts with no acting except for Ice Cube occasionally doing the eye twitch. That's it. There is no acting in this movie. It feels like what AI would generate if you asked it to make like a War of the Worlds Amazon Prime ad and like you wanted it to star Ice Cube. What the fuck are they doing? Like, this must have just been like a really easy paycheck, but they also just didn't even want to put in the bare minimum for it. Like, I feel like the talent here was kind of embarrassed to be working on it, so they didn't really want to give a ton of effort. That's how it comes across. So now, with all of that out of the way, let's talk about, like, the narrative. So, the movie starts with Ice Cube. He's in his lair. He's spying on everyone, which includes his son and his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter is pregnant. Her name is Faith. And he's a real grumpy guy after the passing of his wife. And he sends her messages on Facebook. Of course, it's not reciprocated because she's dead. He listens to an old voicemail about, like, taking out the trash and being nice to the kids, which is an interesting thing to have to remind your husband to be nice to your children. Well, yeah, he is an unreasonable asshole to them. He even, like, calls his son... Well, actually, he hacks his son's computer so he can uninstall a video game from it. He just randomly hacks into his son's computer, saw that he was enjoying a video game, uninstalls it, and says, "You need to get a job, you loser. You fucking bum. You're a loser. You're a loser. We paid $200K for your education. You're a fucking loser. Get a job. Get a job." And then hangs up on him. He really just beats the message home that he hates video games and thinks video games are dumb. But anyway, he's got a task right now at work where he's trying to catch the disruptor, a hacker who's threatening to release classified government documents through a YouTube video. So he posts a YouTube video. It says, "I will be releasing top secret documents about their Goliath program." And so now Ice Cube has to stop him from releasing those documents. So he tracks his IP through the YouTube video using his elite hacking tools, which again it's basically God mode. He is a server admin of life. Ice Cube he literally just types in words. So he types in like disruptor home address, please get. And it's like, calculating, IP gotten, here's exactly where Disruptor is. And he can do that for anything. He can type in anybody's name, literally anybody's name, and it somehow gets the exact person he wants it to be, even though obviously other people are going to share that name, but somehow it always hones in on the right person, and then gives him like the closest drone so he can spy on them, or the closest like CCTV camera to spy on them. Like, the technology it's like fucking Fantastic Four level almost, where you can like teleport and shit, basically. Like, they've reached quantum surveillance. So anyway, they've got Disruptor's IP. They then go and storm the IP there. But before that, of course, he needs to hack into his daughter's computer because he learns from her boyfriend that she's having a baby shower and he didn't get an invite, so it made him upset. So he hacks into his daughter's computer using TeamViewer, where he uses his tools to generate a master key to TeamViewer so he can log into anybody's account with the master key password. So now he's on his daughter's computer reading her messages, and he starts feeling bad because she's like, my dad doesn't get it. And he's like, oh man, as he's hacked into his daughter's shit. So now, anyway, we learn about Mark. That's her boyfriend. He's an Amazon Prime driver. He's an Amazon delivery driver who really likes Prime. And one of the lines that they reuse like 6 times is like his son Dave says, you know, I really think you're overdoing it, Dad. We don't need the government to be, you know, checking out what we put in our Amazon cart. Any opportunity to wiggle the word Amazon out of every character's mouth with a little positivity following it was taken in this film. So Mark really likes being an Amazon driver. Ice Cube gets a message from a NASA contact of his, and she's analyzing weird, wacky, freaky weather phenomena. And he doesn't really care. He doesn't want to watch that. He says, I spy on people, not clouds or something. Anyway, they go to the Disruptor address. Turns out Disruptor was a step ahead of them. It was a decoy, one of his infamous decoys that he's become known for. But while they're there, the aliens crash land. A bunch of meteors start crashing, and they're blowing up buildings and cars, and people are freaking out, going crazy, because everyone's under attack. And they show you so many sequences of the carnage, and I am not exaggerating, again, it looks so bad. Like, think about Sharknado, but unironically. Like, with no self-awareness. And used primarily to try and get you to buy Amazon Prime. It's like vomit-inducing how awful it is. Like, in one of the clips, by the way, to showcase the acting prowess that people brought to the table here, in one of the clips, the news reporter is filming one of the meteors, the aliens, crashing into a school, and she goes, wow, this one just crashed into my kids' school. They're all dead. And she says that deadpan, super calmly. Her kid was at that school, is now dead along with all the other children, and that's her reaction to it. And they cut to the next sequence of terror. It was so crazy. But anyway, now everyone's in a panic, so Ice Cube's getting called in by the government, the president, everyone, all the moving pieces, and they all do it through Zoom, a Zoom call, so that way we can watch it, because that's how we're experiencing this film. We're a computer screen, basically. So anything on there we see, and everyone is always FaceTiming and on Zoom, which is probably the least efficient way they could be communicating, but they're doing it for our pleasure, not efficiency. So they start working on the Planetary Alliance. That took 5 seconds. The whole world unites to form the Planetary Alliance, basically on that call. And they start trying to figure out what they do next. So the big thing is the Planetary Alliance decides, let's start fighting back. So they get the tanks out, they get the jets out, and they're taking the aliens down almost effortlessly. So Ice Cube is watching like a real-time sports tracker of victories versus defeats that is calculating every victory and every defeat across the globe, and we are slaughtering the aliens. Like, we are absolutely clapping their cheeks on our home turf. We got like 100-something victories to only like 40 losses, and Ice Cube's main thing that he does for this montage is he just goes, yeah! Damn right! Take your intergalactic asses home, was one of his lines. So he's basically just cheering them on. A lot of this movie is Ice Cube just like reacting to something like when the aliens are crashing and killing kids, he goes, damn, damn, damn. Like, that's about all he does there. But now that we're winning, he's like, yeah. Anyway, though, during all the hubbub, his daughter gets injured when the aliens attack, and she gets a big boo-boo to her leg, and she's bleeding, and it's very intense. Ice Cube doesn't want to lose his daughter, so she's FaceTiming her dad and, worrying that she's about to die, and Ice Cube's like, don't worry, I'm gonna come get you. For the first time, he's actually about to, leave the office, but it turns out he's locked in. So he hacks it to let himself out, but then he's locked in at the lower levels too. So then he gives up and immediately goes back to his chair. And then he's like, all right, don't worry, I've got another idea. So on FaceTime, he got her location, used the drones, saw that there was a Tesla nearby, hacked the Tesla, and then got her to get in the Tesla and drove her away with remote controlling the Tesla to get her to a hospital. But all the hospitals are full. So now he recruits Mark to go save his daughter, Faith. It's like the worst attempt at trying to get you emotionally invested because you just do not care. Because it really feels like Ice Cube does not care. There is no emotional weight to anything here. It is so stale and so flat. It almost felt like they were laughing while filming this. Like they knew how bad it was. So anyway, now his daughter's, she's in a pickle, but Mark's on the way, and he works for Amazon, so he's basically a fucking superhero. And during this, ride, as he's, remote controlling her to safety, because she was about to just get killed by the alien, she gives him a lecture on how powerless he is. So he's, apologizing for being a bad dad, and she's like, oh my gosh, who ordered the Yappuccino? Jesus Christ, old man, you just don't get it. After mom died, you thought you could save her, and then you thought you could, save the whole world, and then you thought you could save anybody, but you can't. Get it through your thick skull, you can't save anyone, you are powerless, move on. And she drives that point home as he is literally saving her life. Without him, she would have died. He is literally saving her as she is giving this lecture. It's very hypocritical. I don't know what they thought they were cooking with that, because it didn't really match the scene. So anyway, he gets on the horn with the president because the things are, all cattywampus, and they're starting to fight back. And that's when he gives the title drop. He gives the name drop, title of the movie. He says, all right, I see no other option other than to initiate the War of the Worlds, about the Planetary Alliance stepping up their counteroffensive against the aliens. Which I guess was a really cool moment where you're supposed to pump your fist. Yeah, initiate the War of the Worlds. Dave then calls his pops. He lets old man Ice Cube know that he knows more than Ice Cube thinks he does. He's not just a video game playing dweeb. He knows why the aliens are here. They're after something called Goliath. Which, interestingly, is what Disruptor kind of mentioned earlier. We'll get to that in a moment, but there might be a bit of a plot twist coming up if you can connect the very subtle dots. So Dave is talking about, Dad, you need to trust me. There's something called Goliath and the aliens are here, but Ice Cube is like, you're a fucking moron, son. Get it through your thick skull. I'm so disappointed in you. You're a gamer. You make me sick. Don't you ever call me again. And then hangs up on him. He just berates him again and then literally hangs up on him. As his daughter is, bleeding out and shit, he doesn't even care about the safety of Dave. He's just like, can you stop fucking calling me? Stop it, you play games, I don't want to hear from you. And Dave is trying to let him know, hey, look, there's something we could do here, I know what's going on. And then it turns out the aliens, as they're getting their shit pushed in by humanity's weapons, they change tactics and start targeting data centers, and they put their tentacles into data centers, and they start hyper-downloading all of our data, which ends up draining all of our data, which shuts off the military. So they hit the power switch on the military, and then spontaneously every battleship, every plane, every helicopter falls out of the sky or blows up, and now we can't fight the aliens anymore aside from just small arms fire on the ground. Everything else is now shut down because they drained our data centers. And interestingly, it's like they forgot this plot point. I'm getting ahead of myself, but just know this was a crucial moment where they turned the tides. The aliens turned the tides on us by draining all of our sweet data.
So the NASA lady was at one of the data centers when this happened, and she noticed these little bugs. Little bugs like to eat data. They consume it. They like data. And what happens is she connects the dots is that they're here for our data. They must eat our data, and they must like all this data we have on all of our citizens and all of the people across the globe. They want our data. And as they continue draining us, they make a mention that all money in the world is gone. Money has been erased. Oil tankers are blowing up. And we've been set back to the Stone Ages. Lights are turning off. The world's gone dark, in their words. It really feels like, I'm not kidding, it feels like this movie was written by a child. Like, everything happens like this, too. Like, the aliens come, and then we shot them with tanks, and they didn't like it. So what they did is they shut down the military. They turned off the military, and then they erased all of our money, and it disrupted the chain of command, and then all the lights turned off, but because of our data. It's so bad. It's so, like, bafflingly bad. I cannot believe a human being wrote this. Like a real sentient person. Like, this could have been written by an alien. Like, it might have been. I don't understand it. Also, Facebook is being deleted. This was a crucial moment. Not only is all money being erased, but websites are being erased. Facebook is getting deleted, and Ice Cube is there on his wife's Facebook page, taking one last look at it as her messages are vanishing. He's listening to the audio message again, and then it does the classic cliche as it turns off. And then it vanishes, and then 404s. But it's not every website. YouTube actually still exists because that becomes a crucial plot device here towards the end of the film. But Facebook is gone. So Disruptor goes live on YouTube, and he mentions Goliath. Like, the aliens are here because of Project Goliath. The government knew Project Goliath would summon the aliens because they love data. The government knew that more data would mean aliens will full-scale invade us. And then the big reveal, Ice Cube figures out Disruptor is his son. Who could have seen that coming, huh? That's quality writing right there. It was really subtly planted, but they pulled it off. So his son then tries to convince him that the government is lying to him. The government is, not super trustworthy. And Ice Cube's like, get out of town! What are you talking about? You're fucking stupid. You're like a gamer and shit. I would never trust you. You're a criminal now, actually, too. This is stupid. No, there's no such thing as Goliath. They wouldn't lie to me. And his son is just like, look, Dad, listen, I'm going to send you Goliath. Just take a peek. And he's like, okay, buddy, but I already know there's nothing in here that's going to convince me. He even says that verbatim. There's nothing in these files that will convince me that what you did is right. And he opens the files, and the first line is about, like, the Roswell crash, I think it was. It was like an alien crash, and it said, like, weird weather phenomena, aliens, and data. In one sentence, he goes, oh my God, my son was right. The government's been lying to me this whole time. He read a sentence, one sentence, and immediately he's like, oh my God, he's absolutely right. And then, of course, he scrubs through the other alien pieces and then learns Project Goliath is a big data collection program, exactly like his son was saying. I don't know why he was so adamant about it being far-fetched conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo, because his son was just telling him, like, Dad, Goliath is all about collecting our data on a bigger scale. Like, Goliath is, like, really big mass surveillance. And he's like, that's just not possible. I am the mass surveillance, and there's nothing more advanced than what I've got. Like, I don't know why that idea was so, like, incomprehensible to him, because he already has all of that basically at his fingertips. The only difference with Goliath is that it could also read people's thoughts, kind of, like it analyzed their thoughts better. So, like, it was only, like, one step forward where Ice Cube already was, and yet he's like, that's just a conspiracy. Nope, that wouldn't happen. The government wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. We don't do anything like that. They wouldn't do that. It was just so weird. I don't know why I'm harping on that so much. The whole movie fucking sucks. There are so many inconsistencies and so much wrong with it. But that in particular really stood out to me. Anyway, we then learn that Briggs, who was one of his contacts we've seen throughout the film sporadically, is actually the guy who spearheaded Project Goliath and was fully aware that by launching Project Goliath with this mass surveillance, the data collection was so grand in scale that it would summon aliens. Don't know how they knew that. There is no explanation for how they fucking knew that this level of data collection was what would be the beacon to bring all of the aliens to fucking spring break over here to eat it. I don't know how they analyzed that, but they knew that if they launched Project Goliath, it'd be a full-scale invasion. Even Briggs knew and just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He said, let them come. We'll beat them on our turf. Which we were until they sucked our data, which of course they knew was going to happen because they're drawing the data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like they're on here on our cocks here, literally sucking the life out of our dicks with all this data, and they knew that, yet for some reason did nothing to stop that. It's, oh my god, it's so fucking dumb. Anyway, Ice Cube confronts him directly. He knows all about Goliath. Briggs says, alright, you're out of line, you're fired. Revokes his access to everything, all of his tools. He can no longer be the big-time hacker. Until 2 seconds later, his son Dave hacks the government and grants his dad full access to everything. And then they team up. And now they're both disruptors. So they come up with a plan to make a rabbit virus that will poison the data that the aliens are eating, thus poisoning and killing the aliens. But they can't do it alone, so Dave brings in his hacker friends, the Disruptors, and we meet the other elite hackers, like Code Crusher and Starfire. I shit you not, those are 2 of their names in the hacker group. It's painful. It really is painful. So they get together. They work on the rabbit virus while they're making the rabbit virus, which, by the way, only takes 2 minutes. But within that 2-minute time span, Ice Cube decides he wants to make a YouTube video. So he hops in Adobe After Effects and he makes a YouTube exposed video on Briggs, releases it on YouTube, exposing Project Goliath and Briggs. And the entire world watched it instantly. He posted it. The whole world watched it. He posted it on the Disruptor YouTube channel. The whole world watched it, and now everyone knows why the aliens are here, and they now hate Briggs. So, he got his revenge, and he revealed the truth to everyone about Project Goliath. And now the rabbit virus is done. Again, all of this basically happening instantaneously. So, the rabbit virus gets uploaded, but it wasn't enough to stop the aliens. All it did was make them mad, so what they did is they hacked the hackers before the hackers could fully hack them. And then they use the IP addresses of the hackers in the Disruptor group, and they go blow up their houses. So we watch Starfire get blown up, and then, God rest his soul, even Code Crusher perishes under the might of the aliens and their fury. So they die. So now they need to come up with a new plan. Dave survives, by the way. Turns out he was actually bouncing his IP address from Ice Cube's house, but really he was at a dude named Brian's house. So after Ice Cube's house gets blown up and Ice Cube thinks his son died, all Ice Cube can do is this and go, damn. But then his son calls him. He's like, no, Dad, I'm actually fine. I was over at Brian's house. I just bounced my IP. So Ice Cube gets the family together for a FaceTime. Mark has gone and stopped the bleeding from Faith's injury, so they're together. They're fine. That whole side quest has been completed. And he gets the family together for a FaceTime call because the NASA lady has just informed them that the little bugs actually have DNA. They are organic cyber hybrid beings. So they can be killed is the conclusion they reach. And they have a method. Turns out Faith, his daughter, was working on something called the Cannibal Code, which attacks 6 cells in a body. So they decide, let's rewrite the Cannibal Code to attack their cells and kill the aliens since they're organic too. So they do that immediately. They literally rewrite this code instantly. And it's perfect coding. But there's another problem that arises because the government's decided to bomb the Goliath building, which is the building Ice Cube is in. It was actually underneath his feet the whole time because the government now knows it's going for Goliath. All the aliens are converging on that building to suck Goliath dry of all that precious data. But this is where things get weird. They have bombers bombing aerial vehicles that are about to do this. How? They've already established that none of their air vehicles or air units, any vehicles in the military work anymore because the aliens sucked our data. But they have these bombers, and they also have drones that Ice Cube and family can access. Yet they had already made a point about how that's not possible because the aliens sucked our fucking data. But they totally forgot and just said, maybe people have already fallen asleep by this point and won't care. But I was awake the whole goddamn time watching this. They totally forgot that a plot point was they can't use these crafts. Because if they could, then it wouldn't matter about the data, because they were beating the fuck out of the aliens using these vehicles, using all of these aircrafts. So if they still have access to aircrafts, who cares if they go towards Goliath? Just blow them the fuck up. That was the whole reason, the whole point of trying to fight back with poisoned code is because we no longer have access to the military because of our sucked data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. It's, oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building. But, and this is where it gets so fucking shameless, but Mark has a thumb drive, and Mark works for Amazon. And you know what else Amazon has? Prime Air. So Mark gives a whole sales pitch about how Prime Air works and how he can give the thumb drive to the drone for Amazon Prime Air and fly it to him just like Amazon Prime does. And I'm not kidding, he gives a sales pitch. And then he takes the Amazon Prime drone and he flies the thumb drive over to Ice Cube, but not without some really intense dogfighting where the aliens are laser beaming at Mark flying the Amazon drone, but it's just too good. It's much more effective than all of the government planes, it seems, because they were just getting blown out of the sky with lasers at one point. Meanwhile, Mark, who is not a fighter pilot, he's something far stronger, an Amazon Prime drone delivery expert. He's dodging all their lasers, he's doing fucking barrel rolls, and then Dave is hacking nearby drones in order to blow up the aliens that are attacking Mark's drone. Again, how is he even able to access drones? That shit shouldn't be working in the first place, what you've already fucking established here. But anyway, Mark's made it to the building, but he hits something on the way in, and his drone flips over, and he can't flip it back. But luckily, they get to see that there is a man taking cover nearby through the camera of the drone. We get to see this. There's a man taking cover nearby, so Ice Cube instructs Faith to hack into the guy's phone and send him a text message asking him to flip over the drone. So she does. She hacks into his phone, sends the text message. The guy checks his phone. He says, "No way, are you kidding me? There's aliens here. I'm going to die if I do that." And then Mark says, bribe him with he didn't use the word bribe. Mark said, offer him $1,000 Amazon gift card. So she does. She sends him a text offering an Amazon Prime gift card for $1,000. And he instantly sprints over there. He reads it, sprints over, he flips the drone up for the bribed $1,000 Amazon gift card. So then Mark continues the mission. He delivers a thumb drive to Ice Cube. He makes it to the Goliath interface. And then as he's approaching the Goliath interface to plug it in, the tentacles are getting all up in his ass. And he's reaching heroically to plug in the cannibal code. And he does it. But then the feed cuts. But all the aliens start dropping like flies. They've done it. Cannibal code was a great success. The aliens are dead. Our data is still not safe. They still have all of our data, but the aliens are now gone, and they abort the bombing mission, so Ice Cube gets to survive. And then the bad guy, Briggs, gets arrested, and disruptors are now hailed as heroes across the globe. And then there's like a special mention about like how important privacy and data is. So like the government's calling on Ice Cube saying, "We thank you for your service. We'd like you to come up with a new surveillance system that takes privacy into account, because we think privacy is important now." And Ice Cube says, "No, that's not my style anymore. Now, instead of watching people, I'm going to be watching you." And that's the end. That is Amazon's War of the Worlds. There's a lot that I just omitted, by the way, because it is just so unbelievably uninteresting and just downright insulting to the entire act of making a film that I just didn't even put it into the notepad. There is literally nothing redeeming about this film. The only positive I could almost squeak out here is that it is enjoyably shitty. Like, I do think this would have been a lot of fun to watch with friends because there is so much to laugh at and make fun of. But watching it on my own, sometimes it actually just made me mad. Like, it is crazy how bad this movie is, because it is really just like an ad being shoved down your throat, but in the form of a movie. Like, I do actually think that this is probably the start of where we see advertising go, where they disguise movies as ads. Like, they've already made this huge push for AI-generated ads, like, across the board. I keep seeing that pop up. I think they will also use AI to AI-generate movies that are actually just ads as well. It is just incredibly bad. That's really about it. It is the worst movie I've seen. See ya. I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of, like, redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm going to tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue. Let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know it'd be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season, because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, like, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Like, imagine this is all just an announcement for some, like, fucking shovelware gacha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, like, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, like, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, like, applied to Bloodborne, other than the reach of, like, New Blood Stir or something. Moon Bleeds or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe.
That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring. Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now like 6 months ago, and then they did at the end as a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now, what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen? For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through like my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release, and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this, like, big marketing push, this, like, cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering Stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get like everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, "Oh yeah!" or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. But I don't think it's going to be any of, like, the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. See ya. I have been paying very close attention to the Twitch bot apocalypse. I've kept my finger on the pulse of it. I find it to be a really interesting topic here.
For those that don't know, a few days ago, Twitch made good on their promise where they swore they would be making bot detection and eradication a priority. They finally called attention to a issue that has plagued Twitch since the beginning. Since the genesis of Twitch, in the primordial soup of streaming, there has been bots that have infected the platform. And for the longest time, Twitch had gone really hands-off. They said, you know what, if we don't put our hands on the stove, we won't know if it's hot. But recently they said that they were going to actually be directly attacking this bot issue. And a few days ago, they rolled out their first targeted strike here on bots. And boy, howdy, it was a doozy. Apparently, the overall viewership on Twitch went down as much as 24% compared to last week, with many big streamers suddenly losing thousands of viewers. Not just big streamers, streamers of all shapes and sizes lost tons and tons of viewers, like across the board. It was a pretty big purge of invalid traffic, bot activity. As I said a couple days ago, I was pretty surprised with how hard they hit the ground running here. I thought it would just be like lightly poking the bear, like, oh, we got rid of like 100 bots. Big W, Twitch is saved. But no, they kind of like, they dropped a bomb here. It was a pretty big deal. So big, in fact, that a lot of streamers, many suspected of being a view botter, had just decided not to stream for like the last week or so, inexplicably. Just randomly deciding not to stream during the bot purge, which of course has everyone raising an eyebrow. And of course all of this has led to a lot of finger pointing, a lot of shit stirring, a lot of spitting, a lot of farting and coming. It's been kind of pandemonium in the streaming space as people are noticing view counts have been dropped from a lot of streamers. And in some cases, drastically. So the natural conclusion people are drawing is they were view botting. And as I predicted, and as everyone predicted, nobody wants to own up to being privy to their channel being view botted because that's against the rules. They would get banned. No one's ever going to admit to it. So it's been a lot of cope and a lot of excuses like, oh, it must have just been this stranger over here that's been doing this and I had no fucking clue. I'm glad that it's getting solved. Everyone is talking about this as a positive thing. Meanwhile, in the background, there are people that no doubt are shaking their fist in anger in demanding that their botting service get it under control and fix it because they need those viewer numbers to go back to where they were. Because obviously, if it doesn't, people are going to be aware there was some fraudulent activity there. And the only question remains, did the streamer know? Like, were they guilty of paying for the service themselves? Or was it like an org they were affiliated with? Because according to a lot of the data, all of which is public, by the way, you can see all of the viewer numbers post and pre-purge. All of this is public. So you can see a lot of streamers that are affiliated with an org, like OTK is the big one everyone's talked about. But not just OTK, there were other orgs coming under fire as well. Namely, FaZe was another one that people had a lot of question marks over their head with because a lot of the streamers affiliated with FaZe also took huge drastic drops in their viewership during this purge. So the speculation is that these orgs are boosting the numbers of some of the streamers under their umbrella because by having more successful streamers under their brand, it's good for the brand. Obviously, the motivation is to make more money because you can make significantly more doubloons if the streamers that are under your blanket are more popular. So if you boost your streamers by thousands upon thousands of viewers that they don't legitimately have, you can still bring those numbers to brands that would be none the wiser in the partnership. And according to some other streamers, there's been actually quite a bit of talk from streamers about orgs even like softly admitting to doing this in certain cases. I don't know like all the particulars around that, but there has been like a lot of discussion that orgs do actually do this. Like it's not just a full-blown conspiracy theory, but then the question becomes, well, do the streamers under these orgs know about that? Like there's just a lot of questions now after all of this bot detection and all this bot purging. It's been a flood of questions like Yahoo Answers just got revived. Did the streamers viewbot themselves? Was it a member of their community viewbotting the streamer? Did the streamer, are they a victim of like a stranger, a malicious bad actor trying to artificially boost their numbers to potentially ruin their reputation? Is there a super fan of the streamer that's trying to boost their favorite streamer to make them more popular because they just love them so much? Does the streamer know that the org they're affiliated with might be boosting their numbers? Just so many questions. And another big discussion that's come from all of this is about sponsors. Allegedly, some sponsors have been botting sponsored streams in order to make it seem more popular to the average viewer. So they'll artificially boost those numbers so it seems like there's more hype around the product, and they've also been accused of botting even beyond sponsored streams because by being partnered with that streamer, it's better for their brand if that streamer is perceived as more popular. So they'll boost them even beyond the sponsored stream just so that way they can use it as marketing material like, hey, look, we're partnered with this big guy. And meanwhile, a lot of the viewership is botted by the sponsor, allegedly. But I also want to mention that in only 2 days here, it seems that there are some botting services that have already found ways of circumventing these bans. There are some streamers that have miraculously bounced back after a 3-day plummet to not only where they were, but in some cases even higher, despite nothing changing in their content and doing nothing different. So it does look like in certain cases, some bots have found a way to evade this. So I'm hoping this isn't Twitch's only action here against bots because, as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing tug of war. And it is good for the entire platform to do your best to stop bot activity. Fake, phony, baloney numbers are bad for all of the streamers on the platform, except for, of course, the ones that are paying to win in the streaming space, which is another thing. There is a very real possibility, and something that has been talked about by some of the biggest streamers, that a strategy that used to be used and is probably still employed to a certain degree is some streamers would bot their streams for a while to try and grow an organic viewer base, and then they would completely stop paying for the botting service and just let the organic numbers start to take over as more people assimilate into the community. So, of course, this is never going to detect that strategy, but even still, Twitch needs to do everything it can to stop bots because it is very bad for everyone on the platform to just let this rampant issue continue and spiral out of control. Now, I think I need to explain why I have this perspective and so many people have this perspective because I've seen a lot of people downplaying this as like not a big deal, like this is a fucking nothing burger. Who cares about view counts? If you can pay for it, you should do it. It gives you the advantage in the space. You gotta stand out in the market, so if you can do anything to get an edge, you gotta fucking do it. And yeah, you're right, it's a saturated market, so obviously buying view bots is going to immediately help you stand out by floating to the top of a category, so that way some curious Georges will see you at the front there, and they'll click because you've got the most viewers, so obviously there's a lot of hubbub there and they want to see what all the fuss is about, so they'll check out your stream because you have artificially inflated the numbers, and then you have now occupied that viewer, which takes it from another streamer that is legitimately streaming to an audience and a real community of people there to watch them instead of just an army of clankers. In fact, the argument kind of mirrors something from many moons ago when Twitch was still pretty new. I'm going to take you back to the past to talk about some titties and ass. There was a huge trend on Twitch for a while with something called booby streamers, if anyone remembers that, where there was a trend on Twitch where streamers would try and wear the most revealing clothing that Twitch would possibly allow in the most sexual of positions and constantly putting cleavage as like the main hook to draw viewers in. And this drew a lot of outrage because people believed that by doing that, they were stealing viewers from their streams because they weren't showing cleavage and everything. It was a huge debate that raged on for years, actually, and people were always split on whether or not that was the case. Was this streamer with cleavage stealing a viewer from this guy over here who was building a brazen bull in Minecraft? Well, the jury was always out. But in this case, there is clear data, clear-cut, irrefutable evidence that viewbotting your streams and fucking leapfrogging your way ahead of everyone that is legitimately streaming with less viewers than you does actually steal the viewers from them. You are directly competing in the exact same content, but you have now floated more visibly to the top through artificially inflating your numbers, fundamentally paying to win, and cheating the system. That 100% does take viewers away from the actual streamers on Twitch. across the board. It's not a debate, and it's not like a competitive advantage. You are cheating. You are breaking the rules of the website too, by the way. Twitch just doesn't choose to enforce them very often. They have just let this go unchecked for an extremely long period of time. But it's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that. So this, again, is not a debate. So, the problem is, that shit sucks. That is bad, not only for all the streamers that are doing it legitimately, but it's also bad for the platform. I'm actually kind of surprised Twitch doesn't face more hot water for their handling of bots for this long, because while Twitch on their back end can identify fraudulent traffic and adjust your ad revenue for it, that is something they've talked about before, how, like, if you view bot a stream up to 2 million viewers instantaneously and then just start farming ads, Twitch will go and analyze that traffic to see if it's real, and they will adjust your earnings on it. I've seen them talk about that. While Twitch can do that on their back end and not lose their ass on that, you know who can't? Brands that work with streamers. The way a brand partnership works when it comes to streamers is they base your pay on your metrics. And the metrics that you provide, well, that's not going to account for bots. They can only go off the information that is accessible. And they don't have that back-end ability that Twitch has to go in there and see, well, who's a real viewer versus a fake one? Like, how many bots are here? They only have your metrics. So that's your average viewers, which could easily be hyperinflated because of bots. So what streamers can easily do, and definitely have done, is they boost all of their numbers to really high levels that they really are not achieving organically. It's not real viewers. It is all fraudulent, invalid traffic from botting services. They will inflate their viewer numbers. Then brands will approach them, or they will approach brands about doing a partnership or a sponsored stream, and they'll provide those viewer numbers, which will have the brand then give them higher pay than what they should be receiving. And the brand will pay this money under the impression that it's being served to X amount of viewers. And those viewers, they're assuming, are real, legitimate human beings with a pulse, but in reality, a lot of times, it's being served to bots. Aren't even there, aren't consuming it at all. So they're paying a lot of money to be put in front of bots without their knowledge. In some cases, of course, that's not every case. As I mentioned earlier, there are some brands that have been accused of botting the sponsored stream itself in order to float more visibly to, like, Twitch in whatever category they're in. So there are definitely some brands that are more than fine with using botting services to make it seem like it's more hype and there's more interest in this sponsored stream. Like, wow, there's 20,000 viewers here to watch, you know, the poop that took a pee 2.0 just dropped. Look at all these people in here that are watching this sponsored stream. Meanwhile, it's the agency itself that is paying to boost those numbers. So both of these things happen, where a brand will be none the wiser that what they are paying for is not getting served to real human beings that they expect it to. It's getting served to bots. And there are some brands that pay to actually just use the bots to try and generate this artificial hype around something. The way that bots function in the Twitch ecosystem is fucking crazy. I really am kind of surprised Twitch hasn't faced more problems from these companies for it. Like companies that might feel defrauded. Like they paid hand over fist to these streamers based on these viewer numbers only to learn, well, they're all being botted because Twitch does not care about botting. They kind of gave the soft green light that they're not going to crack down on it and don't really give a fuck. I imagine some brands would be really pissed to learn that. And I'm surprised they haven't, like, called out Twitch or tried to handle this litigiously or something about it. I don't know. I just found that to be a little interesting because it is very clear botting is a huge issue on Twitch. When they finally took their first real step in fighting against this menace, their overall platform viewership dropped 24%. And that's just the first snowball in an avalanche of bots, I imagine. That is the first wave. Can you imagine if Twitch actually deleted every bot from the platform? I wonder how high that percentage drop would have gone. You know what I mean? Now, in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a very tall order to fight and delete every bot when these services are constantly going to be doing everything and spending tons and tons of money of their own to evade bot detection because they have so many clients that use them. There will probably always be bots on Twitch. Not only on Twitch, it's obviously on YouTube and every other streaming platform as well. I understand that. And also, I feel as though Twitch might be apprehensive about this anyway. Like, if Twitch had a magic button that they could press it, and it would guarantee every bot and all invalid traffic would be banned on Twitch from this point forward and could never return. It'd basically be like in K-pop Demon Hunters when they fully seal away all the demons, they can't return. If Twitch could do that right now, I think they would be very apprehensive about it, because we just saw them take one step in fighting bots and they lost 24% of their viewer base over the last few days that it's been there. Like, that's a huge drop. And if they did it even harder, that number would only climb. And I imagine they would be worried about all of their brand partners starting to jump ship, like, oh no, Twitch is dying. Look at this graph. You see how there's no more views? It's all dried up. Time to pull our ad spin from Twitch. I think they would be worried about the future of Twitch if they did that, because their viewer count numbers would be so much lower, significantly lower, that they'd probably be getting hit financially pretty hard from all of these sponsors that are paying money to be put there. And brands don't really care about, like, the nuance of what the numbers say. They only care about what the numbers indicate. So most of the brands, I imagine, would see this. And in fact, some of them are probably already worried with the 24% drop. But if it got even higher, some brands would probably see this and they wouldn't take into account like it's all bot activity. They would see this and be like, nope, this is dangerous. This is not worth the ad spin. We're pulling out. And even if they did bother to take a little bit of time looking into it, they might feel slighted by Twitch for letting this bot problem persist for so long, and they were spending so much money for what ultimately amounted to a lot of invalid traffic. So I think Twitch would be really skeptical about getting rid of every bot, even if they could. Which is why I was so surprised that they went this hard out of the gate against the bots and actually did make a dent in it. And I hope they continue to do this. I hope that they didn't, like, you know, pump the brakes like, oh, that was a lot. We took a big viewership hit there from all this bot stuff. Let's maybe, you know, pull our punches a little bit here. I hope they don't go down that path. Like, I do hope they continue to make this a priority and do legitimately try and get as many bots off of Twitch as they possibly can. Anyway, that's enough blabbering about it from me today. That's about it. See ya. Hairline jack. Mostly unchanged. Not too shabby. You know what is shabby, though? I saw a dubious little advertisement. Now hold your horses there, partner. It's not AI. I know you are already getting that idea in your noodle, so let me put that to bed right now. This is not one of those dog shit, ridiculous AI commercials that are becoming extremely popular. In fact, this is just some good old-fashioned, old natural false advertisement. Almost brings a tear to your eye. Scummy company still deceives customers the old-fashioned way. It is a misleading ad run by a company that I think a lot of you watching this have probably heard of, Restream.io. They right now are apparently running an ad that has me in it. And Matt sent me this wondering if I had, like, given them permission or if they, like, paid me for it or something like that, if this was some kind of, like, agreed upon thing for me to appear in a Restream ad. And get a load of this. No. I had no idea. And in fact, I don't like Restream.io. I've talked about multi-streaming a lot. I think anyone who has any iota of interest in streaming or any current streamer should absolutely be multi-streaming. But I've never recommended Restream.io to anyone. I tinkered around with it when I was first dipping my tootsies into multi-streaming, and I didn't like it. It was always preached about as like the gold standard, so I even bought an extremely expensive subscription to it. The lowest subscription offer is $16 a month. Now, there is a free option as well, but since everyone was hyping it up and all these incredible features, I did do the subscription, and I just really didn't like it. So instead, I used a free plugin called Sorayuki, and that's always the one I recommend to people for multi-streaming, not Restream.io. Yet, here I am in a Restream.io ad, and even though I don't mention Restream by name, anyone watching this ad is going to have the takeaway that I am endorsing that product, because otherwise why would I be appearing in a pitch for it? It's a very interesting scenario.
Every single person should be multi-streaming.
Should you multi-stream? Of course. Should you take my word for it? No, listen to the experts.
All my streams have been multicasted. I've been having a blast with them.
I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
Now, if somebody was to come at me and ask, should they consider streaming on YouTube, I would say yes. Whether you want to do it as a daily stream or you want to multi-stream it across platforms.
This reminds me of when that fraudulent One Piece game on Facebook was using me as like a spokesperson for it, and it was cleverly trimming around videos to make it seem like I was excited for the One Piece game, even though I never even mentioned the game or anything. That's kind of the same vibe I get from this, where I'm not saying restream or anything, but I'm talking about multi-streaming and this and that, and since it's in a restream video, the obvious perception is that I am advocating for Restream.io that you should be downloading and subscribing to in order to multi-stream. When the reality is, the truth couldn't be further from that baloney. I just plain old didn't like Restream.io. I didn't like the green eggs and ham, I'm sorry to say. I preferred a simple plugin. Sorayuki was free. It's been real efficient. I've had no issues with it. It's been smooth sailing, whereas Restream.io, I had plenty of problems. So I just am not a big fan of the product. But if you're someone who's been fed this ad over the last 8 months, you would probably think I'm a goddamn Restream.io partner, like a huge enthusiast, like I'm sucking my own dick and pumping my fist going, Restream.io, you gotta get it now, that kind of thing. This ad has 460-something thousand views as of me making this video, and apparently it's been run elsewhere too. That's pretty lame, Restream. But I will give you a small thanks for reminding me of something very important. I never canceled my Restream subscription. So I went into my email in order to do the deed, and it turns out I've been paying for this longer than I thought. 2 years, it's been auto-renewing. At $190, 190 clams a year I am forking over to Restream every October like a terrible Halloween trick-or-treat surprise. Oh my god, I was actually pissed. I was actually disgusted. I didn't remember it being that expensive. I didn't remember the yearly was almost $200. Oh my god, what a waste of money. But you're welcome, Restream, for the easy fucking $600 basically that you squeezed out of me. I did a double take and then immediately went to their website to check their pricing to ensure I didn't somehow subscribe to the premium fuck me in the butt package. And luckily that wasn't the case, but then I saw this eye-opening business plan of $200 a month or $23.90 per year for their business tier. That is hefty. Feels more like you're the one getting the business if you signed up for that one. They are giving you the business into that cock in your wallet, my lord. Like I said, I didn't remember it being this expensive, so I do appreciate the ad reminding me that I needed to at least cancel the subscription, because otherwise I would just be losing $200 every year to something that I completely forgot about. But yeah, about the ad, is it the biggest deal in the world? No, but it is a little bit shady. Typically, when someone wants to use something for promotional material for their product, they usually will ask you permission to use it to promote their brand. So like Warframe. I think all of you know now, I am a big Warframe fan. It is, I believe, one of the best free-to-play games out there, and I've said that a lot on stream. And maybe at some point you've seen a Warframe ad that has me in there with a segment glazing Warframe. And it's just a stream clip of me talking about Warframe. That wasn't like a paid partnership or anything. They saw that clip and wanted to use it, but instead of just ripping it and then putting it in their commercial, they reached out and asked if they could do so, which of course I gave them permission. That's typically the standard protocol when it comes to taking someone else's shit in order to use it in your commercial material. You'll either at least ask permission or even oftentimes offer to pay for usage rights in whatever marketing material they want to use when you're going to be feeding actual consumers a real commercial. It's just very odd that they wouldn't even at least ask if they could use clips. For example, if for Cheeky Soap we decided to run an ad where we just started taking other people's clips oh man, if only there was a soap I could use that leaves me feeling moisturized after a shower, and we just start taking all of that shit in order to promote our product without paying them for it or asking if we have their permission to utilize those material, that would be pretty scummy. It's a bad business practice. I don't know if it's full-blown illegal or anything like that. I don't think Restream founders are going to be in handcuffs or anything for it. It's just pretty scummy is all. I don't know if they asked Tim the Tatman or Swag permission to use their clips or anything like that. Couldn't tell you. Maybe they both use Restream.io and are really, enthusiastic about it, so they don't care. And that's totally fine. And like I said, at the end of the day, it really isn't that big of a deal. But this standard does exist for a reason. In this case, it was used for a service a lot of people do like. But if this was the norm,
then companies could just willy-nilly be grabbing all kinds of people's content and using it to promote some complete, utter trash, like, you know, maybe Bored Apes wants to have some kind of big revival. They just start taking Tim the Tatman clips to make it seem like he's endorsing them and trying to rally his community to buy some fucking Bored Apes or something. It's just misleading, and it's not very good. So I was surprised to see this from Restream, is all. But I mean, heavens to Betsy, could you have at least taken my shit and then promoted something I actually like with it, like a product I actually enjoy? I don't like Restream.io. I don't want to be appearing in a Restream.io commercial. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah.